And good morning to our support team. Good morning to the delegation from the Department of Basic Education. I hope we are staying safe and warm in these weather conditions. Honorable members, as one had outlined in the past, in the meeting last week, that we had received requests from about 3 members of the portfolio committee to convene on urgent basis a meeting where we should call the Department of Basic Education to come before the committee to account and to give or clarify the issues that have been out on media in the past weeks on the development and implementation and the release of the foundation phase national. As we are out in the development, implementation, and as upon receipt first the
Chairperson, my apologies, it's Llewellyn. Unless it's only myself, but you are breaking continuously. I'm not sure whether it would help if you put off your video because you are breaking. I do apologize. Thank you.
No, that's fine. Mr. Brown, I'll teach him to that. I hope it has improved sound. Still
Chairperson, unfortunately, you are still breaking without your video. I'm not sure, it may be a connectivity problem at Acacia Park, but unless it's only myself, but I think you are breaking continuously. Thank you.
Yeah, it is a problem at Acacia Park. It means we are having network issues this side. Okay, I'm going to try, Mr. Brown, to get a
that's much
better spot.
Chair, you are much better now. Thank you.
Okay, that's better. Thank you very much. It was going to be very difficult for me to get a better spot because children are home because of the weather conditions. So it is difficult to get a spot in the house. However, honorable members, I do hope that I try to maintain a good network throughout the meeting, because it is important that we're able to direct this meeting as expected. So this meeting was called because of that request, the request for an urgent session by 3 members of the portfolio committee. Honorable members, you would be aware that initially today our scheduled meeting was to engage with the ELRC on their preliminary report on the headcount that they have conducted. So as a result, we made a request to the Office of the House Chair to have the full day so that we're able to accommodate this session, but also we're able to continue with our session with the ELRC in the afternoon. So I want to plead and caution members that we have a full day, but I'm requesting and appealing to members that let us be precise, let us be specific, let us be clear, so that we are able, if we finish on time, we're able to join the plenary sessions that are ongoing today. Further to that, I know that the department is supposed to appear before NCOP today in the afternoon. So as a result, I really do plead with members to try and ensure that we are precise, we're succinct in our deliberations and our engagements with the portfolio committee, with the department. Also, with that said, you're all welcome to our meeting. Mr. Brown, can we flight the agenda so that we can deal with the apologies if we've got any apologies? Mr. Brown, do we have any apologies?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, members. Good morning, officials from the department, Minister and Deputy Minister. Chair, I'll just go through the roll call itself. Honorable Maimela, Honorable Kabanchaba, Honorable Govana, Honorable Low, Honorable Magagula. I also have Honorable Jordan, Honorable Mkize, Honorable Mgadi, Honorable Shikwambana, and Honorable Komani. The only apology I've received was for Honorable Ngubeni, who is currently in the Home Affairs Committee, but she will join us for the afternoon session at 2 o'clock with the ELRC. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Honorable members, is there any member who is on the platform and who was not recorded as present? Okay, meaning we are all recorded as present. Mr. Brown, do we have any stakeholders that have joined us today?
Chairperson, for this session, we have the National Department, and of course, other stakeholders that may have joined us include the session from Vanessa Jafter, and I just don't have a list of others that may have joined us at this point, Chair. But definitely the National Department is in session.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. And if there are any other stakeholders that have joined us for this session, you're most welcome. To Minister and Deputy Minister in the DG, you're most welcome. In our work to you as a portfolio committee that we are worried. We are worried about department in the public arena, on media, consistently with this kind of allegations, because you have been consistently appearing in the media space on different allegations. As a portfolio committee, as members of the public, as parents at home, this you create department to provide quality basic education. And we're worried in the department. We are worried about, because when in any household, in any HR appear, everyone looks to the leadership of that institution or the leadership of that household. We are worried about the leadership to really build cohesion in the department so that the department officials and everyone can focus on the core mandate of the department, so that everyone can focus on problems and challenges that we have within the schooling system, which is infrastructure challenges, many other issues. And as a result, we must indicate to you that we are worried, and as much as we are worried, because parents at home and stakeholders that are involved in the security space are worried. And as a result, after this meeting, to reflect on your department, especially the minister and the deputy minister, reflect on your leadership in that. We are not saying that they should not, we're not saying that when there are issues of this nature, we should not know about them. But we're saying you are creating a trust deficit about the department. You're creating issues of confidence. How could we have confidence in this department to really adhere and implement a curriculum delivery when they're having all these kind of issues. I mean, we are now going to be discussing a very alarming, a very issue that has worried us based on the allegations that are out there. That speaks to the development of the national catalogue for the foundation, a new national catalogue for the foundation phase. And already the public is engaging on, will our children have textbooks on time, on top of the challenges that they already have? So we are worried about that state, and we really do appeal to you to get your house in order. Because when such things happen, the first thing that we look at is that department having leadership that is fit for purpose? And that's where we're seated right now. So that's my appeal to you and my advice to you as a chairperson as we open this session. We are going to undertake this process in this manner, honorable members. We will allow the department to make their presentation. They did submit their presentation, and that's another thing that I wanted to speak to the department about. DG, please submit to us presentations 5 days before a meeting, because if you submit to us a presentation on a Friday for a meeting that we must sit on a Tuesday, you are disempowering the committee to receive advice and to be able to process your presentation so that we are better equipped to interface and to interact with your presentation. So as a standing, because we get the term, the entire term program with you, so you know what we'll be discussing the following week, what we'll be discussing the other week, you know what we'll be discussing the other week, so you know by now. So there is no reason for the department to wait until the last minutes to submit to us a presentation. That is just disempowering us. So we're pleading with you. So we're going to take presentations from the department. Upon receiving presentations, and then we'll go into the questions session. So I'm going to allow the minister. Mr. Brown, I know we must deal with the minutes now. Can we, before we deal with the department, Minister, apologies, before we deal with yourself, can we deal with the minutes, Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Chairperson. We have that one set of minutes, and we also have our draft budget report, which we would like to consider and adopt. Chairperson, I'm hoping members can see the draft minutes of the meeting of 5 May.
Okay, those are the minutes, honorable members. Is there any move to correct, to make corrections, amend the minutes? Okay, in the absence of corrections and amendments, I want to recognize hands that want to move for the adoption of these minutes of the last meeting. Honorable Law.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, all members. I move to adopt the minutes.
Okay, Honorable Law moves for the adoption of the minutes. Honorable Kabanchaba.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you and honorable members in the platform. I second the mover, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The minutes are duly adopted. Mr. Brown, let us fly to the report. Please, let's go to the recommendations on the report, Mr. Brown. Honorable members, are there any members who've noted areas where they believe we should improve on the report? This is our budget vote. This report is going to be the basis. We're going to ATC this report. Is going to be the basis for our budget vote. Honorable members, I do hope that you did take your time to go through this report and you've thoroughly engaged with the report. Let's go to the recommendations. I just want to fly to the recommendations. Honorable members, those are the recommendations. Okay. Those are the recommendations, honorable members. Any mover for the adoption of our budget vote report? Honorable members, any mover for the adoption of this report? Honorable Kabanchaba.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Again, I move the adoption of the report. Thank you.
Honorable Kabanchaba is moving for the adoption of the report. Honorable Magagula. Honorable Magagula.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chair, and everybody on the platform. I second for the adoption of the report.
Okay, the report is duly adopted. Mr. Brown and the team, Minister, you can now come in to lead your team into the presentation on the development, implementation, and release of the new National Foundation Phase Catalogue.
Very good morning to you, Chair, and a good morning to the members. Chairperson, I would like to apologize for lateness of the submission of the report. On the standing items that are on the program, we generally do endeavor to send report days of time, but as you're aware, we only got this invitation for this meeting on Thursday and Friday. And so we could all really put together a report over the past couple of days. And so our apologies that we were not able to meet our endeavored timeline. Then to the Deputy Minister who's on the call, the DG, the officials of the department, thank you, Chairperson. I think firstly, I wanted to say we welcome the opportunity to appear before the committee today on the development and the release of the National Catalogue for Foundation Phase Grades 1 to 3. The matter has drawn serious public concern, strong media attention, and important questions about the lawfulness, the fairness, and the credibility and defensibility of the process followed. And I take those concerns very seriously. The foundation phase is where the future of our education system is shaped. The quality of the learning and teaching materials, therefore, must absolute place before children in grades 1 to 3 affect literacy, numeracy, and long-term outcomes. And so this is not a minor administrative matter. It goes to the heart of whether we're serious about improving foundational learning in South Africa. Because the stakes are so high, the process must be beyond reproach. Where public money and children's learning needs, there can be no shortcuts. And so let me also be clear about my role. Ministers are not and must never be involved in procurement processes. My role is not to choose publishers, select titles, or run line function processes. My role is executive oversight, to ask questions, to insist on accountability, and to act when serious concerns arise. And that's precisely what I have done. I've asked DG pointed questions about the lawfulness, the fairness, the defensibility, and the educational soundness of the process. I've also asked whether the process creates risks for public funds, including risks that will ultimately affect provinces when they procure from the catalogue. I've also escalated some of these concerns to National Treasury as the custodian of public procurement so that the relevant procurement issues can receive proper scrutiny. Now, a lot of people have been asking if there are questions, why don't this matter be escalated to law enforcement? And I think it's important to clarify at this point that there is no evidence of criminality here, Chair, except that there is scrutiny that must be properly executed against procurement issues. And so this is not interference. I think that is responsible executive oversight, where questions arise that may affect legality, the value for money, and prudent use of public funds. Executive authorities must act responsibly. It's therefore also important that we allow the process to run its course and that we consider its outcomes carefully before any final comfort is taken about the procurement dimensions of this matter. The DG has also indicated publicly that the department's internal audit structures have been engaged to consider aspects of this matter. I understand that a preliminary internal audit process has identified some concerns that warrant further attention and proper scrutiny. At the same time, it's important to recognize that any preliminary observations or findings remain subject to the department's established governance and assurance processes, including the consideration of the Internal Audit Committee before any report is finalized. It would therefore not be appropriate for me to preempt or categorize the final outcome of that process. However, where preliminary concerns arise in relation to compliance, fairness, governance, or defensibility, they must be treated seriously, tested properly, and responded to decisively if substantiated. So the Portfolio Committee may wish to engage the department directly on the status of that process, the timelines for finalization, the steps that have been taken to ensure that any concerns are identified. When concerns of illegal procurement and governance and educational nature came to my attention, I acted. I did so not to interfere in operations, but because of oversight, means asking hard questions before problems become losses, litigation, or audit findings. So when questions arise about legality and procurement, the correct response is not silence, Chairperson. It is scrutiny. And so this matter cannot be reduced to a narrow technical exercise. It's not enough to say that the process was followed. The real questions here are: was the process lawful? Was it fair? Was it educationally sound? Was it properly safeguarded? And can it be defended in the public interest? These are legitimate questions in that regard. First, did the process properly balance cost and quality? Cost matters, especially in a constrained fiscal environment. But the cheapest price is not always the same as value for money. In education, value must also include quality, suitability, language, pedagogy, and the professional judgment of those who must use these materials in classrooms. Second, did the approach take a narrow, genuine choice too far? A national catalogue should support quality, consistency, and affordability. Teachers know what works in their classrooms for their learners in their language and in their context. So a process that narrows choice too sharply may risk weakening that judgment. Third, were the necessary due diligence, discipline, and integrity safeguards applied throughout the process, including in relation to compliance, capacity, fairness, and defensibility. These are not side issues. They go directly to whether the process can withstand scrutiny. Fourth, there is also financial risk to provinces. Provinces, where applicable, schools procure from the catalogue. If the underlying process later is found to have been materially flawed, provinces may be exposed to irregular expenditure and audit findings. Fifth, was the process operationally credible? Whether the outcome of scrutiny that is now underway, the department must still ensure that learners receive the required learning and teaching support materials for 2027. That objective cannot be lost. So, Chair, I'm not before this committee to shield the department from scrutiny, nor am I here to provide political cover for any weaknesses in the process. I'm here to ensure that scrutiny happens properly and that accountability is enforced and that this committee receives full and frank answers. And so I expect the department to account clearly with the rationale, the process followed, the safeguards applied, and the concerns that have come to being public. Where weaknesses and defects are found, they must be dealt with seriously, without equivocation. This must not be a matter of whether process language is used to avoid accountability. No urgency can be used to silence legitimate oversight. The objective is clear. We must protect the futures of the 13.7 million learners in our care. Above all, the public must be able to trust that the decisions affecting the earliest years of learning are being made in the best interests of learners. So, Chair, I trust that today's engagement will help the committee get to the heart of these issues. And we are here to answer fully and credibly. As I said, some of these things are obviously in motion, and some of them the department may not be able to respond to directly. But we are here with the Deputy Minister and the DG to answer any questions that the Portfolio Committee may have. May I please hand over to the Director General now, Chair? Thank you.
Good morning,
DG?
Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister. I'm trying to get my camera on and I'm battling and I might get into trouble with Mr. Brown. So I can't get my camera on, Honorable Chair. I hope you'll accept that. In the course of the meeting, I'll try and get it on. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Without any waste of time, I'm going to request Mr. Kavani to move right away and take the meeting through the presentation that we've put together. Chair, you might not be aware that we've brought in the line function that's responsible for the development of the catalogue, which is going to lead the presentation. The chair of the audit committee and the head of our internal audit line function are also in the meeting, but there's only one presentation that we're going to do because the internal audit line function indicated that their report is not ready for consideration by the committee. Maybe later, as the minister said, we could also make that available to you. Just to indicate that there's only one presentation that we're going to make in this session, which is going to be led by Mr. Kavani, but the chair of the audit committee and the head of internal audit committee are also in the meeting for questions that might arise from the meeting. Mr. Kavani, please.
Good morning to the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Members of the PC, to my Honorable Minister and my Honorable DM and DG, all senior managers on the platform and colleagues. Mr. Brown, can I confirm that you can see the presentation?
That is correct. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, we can.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Thank you, Honorable Minister. As advised, I will try to go through the presentation as swiftly as I can, and that is a purpose to brief the Portfolio Committee. And as part of the introduction, we point back to the National Development Plan of 2011 that enjoins us to improve the provision of adequate quality infrastructure and learning and teaching support materials. And as part of the background, we indicate that one of the objectives of the NDP, as well as that of the sector plan, is to ensure better access among learners to high quality books. And in line with these objectives, the new foundation phase catalog was developed. This was a strategic intervention to align resource provisioning on one hand with national development priorities to ensure equity, efficiency, and improve the quality of education. And the history of provision of learning and support materials backdates provision of education, even under the apartheid government, where we had 19 separate education departments, each with its own procurement model for provision of LTSM, and that resulted in fragmented standards and high cost of delivery. 1994 saw the establishment of DBE with its 9 provincial education departments, with DBE tasked with the responsibility of coordinating and guiding provinces to maintain national standards, which were not there prior to this period. However, procurement remained a provincial competency, leading to inconsistent quality and inefficiencies. The cost of providing was still very high. The minister at the time established a ministerial task team which came up with a recommendation in relation to provision of LTSM, and that the ministerial task team recommended that DBE must take over this function of development of the national catalogues to create a centralized evaluation system of all materials that find their way into the classrooms, and that these early catalogues did not factor in the issue of pricing. They only focused on the quality, and the cost of providing this was not considered, making this model expensive, and concerns grew as DB realized it was the only public procurement entity that was not considering cost in procurement. And in response to financial pressures, a case of Limpopo in 2012 where there was a problem with provision of LTSM, DBE was called in to intervene, and DBE engaged with publishers to negotiate the prices that the province could not afford, and that this resulted in achieving an average savings of 50%, demonstrating that if DBE gets into the picture and assists the process and provinces, we are most likely to create huge savings. This slide, I think it was presented previously, but it takes members of the portfolio committee in relation to the new catalogue that we just developed step by step, what happened, on which date, from the call for submission from publishers right up to the last meeting with CEM on the 20th of March 2026. Members are further reminded that historically we have had catalogs. In 2011, we developed the grade 1 to 3 as well as 10 catalog, which was to be implemented in the 2012 academic year. It was supposed to be reviewed in 2014, which did not happen, and again in 2017, which did not happen. And 14 years down the line, the catalog that was developed in 2011 is still in use, making the provision of quality education a little bit of a challenge. And it was reviewed, and it was released, as members are aware and the public is aware. We are preparing to develop the next catalog, which is a intermediate phase, grade 4 to 6, and then senior phase, grade 7 to 9, and then FET, grade 10 to 12. These have not been developed yet, but the processes, the department is putting processes in place to ensure that following the release of the foundation phase, we get ready to release, to develop the next set of catalogs. Now, this slide gives members a comparative analysis of the old catalog vis-a-vis the new catalog. The first point that we are putting forth is that the old catalog, as I indicated, did not consider the price. This catalog, price was a consideration, and highlights significant difference in the efficiencies that are brought about by paying attention to this one issue. An example, under the old catalog, a grade 1 reader averaged 55 rands, while with the new catalog, the same catalog, the same reader 14 years later, one would have expected that the price would have gone up, but instead it is costing only 16 rands. And the previous catalog allowed for a maximum of 8 titles, and the new catalog enlisted 3 titles. With the old catalog, because we were starting after CAPS was written, we utilized subject specialists from PEDs and from non-government organizations, as well as from higher education departments, as there were funds available to carry out this mammoth task. Since CAPS was new and had needed the ecosystem that had contributed to its development. With the new catalog, we have used subject specialists within the sector who have evolved to become the custodians of CAPS over the period with which it was implemented. Furthermore, we had financial challenges and considerations that had to be made, since outside expertise come not cheap. It's costly, and that had to be put into consideration. This slide gives members a historical picture of how the distribution of the ownership of the participants in the old catalog look like. For instance, some of the publishers which were appointed to provide these resources were owned by one person or by one entity. For instance, Via Africa and Best Books, both highlighted in yellow, they have one ownership. Heinemann and Meskew Miller Longman, they've got the same ownership. Macmillan, Clever Books, and Avusa also have the same ownership, meaning the owner would submit materials under different names. And because these were evaluated on quality, then they found their way into the catalog. But it was also a picture that we thought we need to provide to members of the portfolio committee. And this is a consolidated share by ownership, indicating who owns what and what share was that. And this just a diagrammatic representation of that. And this grade 1 to 3 market share. That was the foundation phase. And this one as well, indicating that publishers like Oxford owned the large of the books that were the difference that I spoke about in terms of price as well as the number of titles. We are indicating with this slide that National Treasury approved deviation from standard procurement process for the development of the national catalog, and this happened in 2017. And the reasons for deviations were that, unlike other tender processes, here the items that are to be considered are many in number. The number of titles and grades for the textbooks that had to be screened were many, and the complexity and the specialized nature of the task at hand did not mirror what would happen with procurement through the tender processes. And National Treasury then granted approval of this and stated that this approval is granted on the basis that principles of fairness, equity, transparency, competitiveness, and cost effectiveness, as stated in section 217 of the Constitution, would be upheld, and that other requirements were that there's going to be strict record keeping of meetings and decisions, so that if for audit purposes, this could then be made available. This is the letter, the screenshot of the letter from National Treasury that was granting DBE permission to deviate from the normal tender processes and pursue the methodology that I outlined. The catalog process is not a tender. What does this mean? The catalog provides a selection of materials for eligibility, followed by purchasing by PEDs. PEDs make final decisions on which materials from the catalog can find their way into schools. And who can submit? It's an open invitation, new and old publishers. And this is a deliberate effort to expand the LTSM ecosystem. Submissions include NGOs, publishers, individuals, academics, and higher education institutions. There are risks that are identified and that we are aware of them, and that even historically, when we did not subject the process of the catalog development to other factors that are in the media, we still managed to deliver over 90% of the materials that were supposed to find their way into the atlases. The process of screening follows what we call blind screening. Now, blind screening is a method where publishers, authors, and those who have responded to the call and expressed the wish to submit their material are afforded an opportunity to submit them. In the terms of reference, they are advised, in fact, they are directed that they must remove all identifiers. Nothing that would suggest that this material belongs to publisher A. The color schemes, the logos, the ethos, anything that would suggest that this material belonged to publisher A. So meaning the screeners, when they receive them, they are clueless as to who this material belongs to. Their focus is on quality. They screen them for quality, doing that blind screening, that evaluators review the teaching and support materials, not knowing who the author or the publisher is. And this reduces biasness. It is a team of about 150 officials from all 9 provinces, and the process emphasizes the content alignment with CAPS, the standards that are clearly spelled out. The materials must be age appropriate to ensure that the material that is evaluated for grade 3s, they are actually for a grade 3 child, an educational value that these materials are going to bring, rather than who wrote it, rather than the reputation of the author or the publisher. The materials are assessed based on how effectively they support literacy, numeracy, and holistic development in the early grades, and that we use clear rubrics to guide the assessment. It is like in examination where you say you have a memorandum. So rubrics guide the evaluators who use their professional judgment because of their vast professional experience. But still, they are given rubrics that they must use to check for compliance of these materials, and a criteria guide clearly assisting them in the process, so that the process can be consistent from one evaluator to the other, and that it should be transparent, that when one assessor or evaluator or screener or a team of screeners have looked at this, if another team looks at it, they use the same tools to check the quality of the work that they have done. This slide here gives you step by step where we started, right from when we met with stakeholders, including publishers, to indicate the intention of the sector to develop a new catalog, including the model that was to be used. That is at the top left there, right up to the point where the catalog was sent out, was finalized, and then was sent out to provinces as well as publishers, and that the meetings that are to be held with publishers as well as provinces to guide them with the procurement and delivery process. I will not go through each of those steps. This is the summary. The DB established quality anonymously. Those that meet the stringent quality standards are then evaluated on price. That means after quality check, all those who receive the preliminary approval are then checked on price to see how much do their material cost, and the 3 cheapest then are then enlisted in the catalog. This is the fairest way to do it. It has no subjectivity in it. The process did not just start in 2024 when we made a call for publishers to submit their material. Way back in 2020, the DB informed the publishing industry about its intention to develop the foundation phase catalog. 2024 marked the time then when all this actually started. Publishers submitted the materials in June of 2024, and the publishers they expressed their intention to submit the materials in June, and in November they submitted their materials, as I indicated, as manuscript that complied with the terms and conditions that were spelled out. The department first establishes quality, then from there we go for the price, as I indicated. The catalog contains home language, first additional language, in the foundation phase, mathematics, life skills, as well as coding and robotics. And on the right, that is a list of all the items that are in the catalog that provinces will be procuring and publishers will be delivering. This slide here gives members the list of all publishers whose names found their way into the catalog, those that were approved. The names are on the left, there are 19 in total, and on the right gives members the number of materials that were approved and found their way into the catalog per each of the publishers. The difference between the previous process versus the new process, the two processes are largely similar, with new process introducing the additional step, identify the three most affordable, and the direct comparison between all the new process highlights significant differences in cost. I already indicated the differences there, and this slide is just in a tabular form. Now, the question is, since the news broke and there were public debates on the process that was followed and the mention of one company, Lighthouse, what investigations have been done about this article that was published? The DBE has since established that Lighthouse has a relationship with Class Act. A Class Act, which is an NGO that writes extensively, that write books, and they've got the capacity to write and develop a lot of books which they have developed, and some of the books have been used in the sector. The DB received communique from Class Act, which seeks to clarify their position in this regard, which then explain the editorial and the production capacity that got into the partnership between Class Act and Lighthouse. Lighthouse has also reached out to DBE to explain their experience and business model. However, the DBE has not yet engaged with them at this stage. In their correspondence, they are asking to be advised about the communication protocols on this matter, to say, how do we enter into these conversations? And the DBE has not responded to their inquiry. It should, members also should know that, as Minister indicated, in exercising her executive authority, has invited the National Treasury to scrutinize the process, subject the process to scrutiny, to advise if there was anything that might not have been proper in response to the articles that were published. And I think the minister explained this very well at the beginning. And the DB internal audit line function, also at the directive of the accounting officer, is carrying out preliminary quality assurance review. They have started, they're engaging with the line function, and they're asking for reports and records of the process so that they can advise the accounting officer and all oversight structures on their findings. DG also directed that this work must not only be done by internal audit, but that an independent company must be appointed to investigate the allegations made about the Lighthouse company. But DG has since instructed that the scope of this work must not only focus on Lighthouse, in case we miss out any other company that might be in the catalog and should have been subjected to the same scrutiny that Lighthouse would be subjected to, this to ensure that DG satisfies himself that what was speak about Lighthouse does not only apply to Lighthouse. If it applies to other who have been enlisted, they must be subjected to the same process. Now, post-catalog steps, now that it has been developed and it has been distributed, it has been sent to publishers and to PEDs, then what are the next steps? The next step was that provinces had to begin with procurement. However, that process has been put on hold, and the implementation date has been pushed back to June. As the minister had directed that we need to give the National Treasury process time before procurement can start, and no procurement has started, no ordering has started, and this will happen between June and September of this year. And as the chairperson indicated and the minister indicated, that we need to ensure that these materials are in schools to ensure that when the 2027 academic year starts, learners are not without materials. And we are going to make a supplementary call for languages with limited submissions. There are subjects like isiNdebele, Tshivenda, Xitsonga, and Siswati, which we did not have sufficient materials, and that we are going to invite that further submission be made so that learners learning in these languages are not left out of provision of materials. And same gaps were found also in maths, life skills, coding, and robotics for the same languages that we did not have. But for other languages, Sepedi, isiZulu, we have all the materials, including for maths, life skills, and coding, as well as home languages and first additional language. All those are covered, but the gaps are in isiNdebele, Tshivenda, Xitsonga, and Siswati. This is not new. It happens almost all the time that usually there is no appetite from publishers to invest in this because the volumes are quite small and probably they would not make enough margins. But we have managed to close these gaps previously. We are confident that we'll be able to close them. PEDs have been consulted and advised on options for centralized procurement to leverage economies of scale, that if they buy in volume, they will be able to reduce the cost. And management of the PED procurement process is guided by the DBE's LTSM sector plan issued each year before the school calendar. It's a blueprint of the sector to guide provinces on procurement, and it outlines key stages in procurement and delivery to say by this time numbers should have been verified, by this time orders must have been placed, by this time deliveries must begin to happen, by this time mopping up should happen, by this time we must close out the reports and know where gaps are and which publishers are lagging behind in terms of delivery so that we can work with them to ensure that they deliver on time. In relation to communication landscape, there's been a lot of communication on public platforms, and from DB point of view, activities to date and those that are ongoing include that DB has developed an opinion piece which with the title Understanding the DBE Catalogue, Why South Africa's Textbook Reform Reflects Quality Assurance, and that we have also developed as a video setting the record straight, and that we consistently respond to media queries that come our way, and that there are other steps that we will continue from communication point of view, hosting of key media briefing led by DG, and we look to using GCIS as a venue, which will assist in strongly anchoring the voice of government, and that to institute a rapid response team for initial system setup and aggressive communication and active writing of more opinion pieces and development of ongoing frequently asked questions. These are some of the infographics that we have developed that seeks to deal with the myths that are doing circulation. One of them is that certain publishers were unfairly favored, and we indicate that the split is a strategic, cost-effective procurement approach that delivers value for money by promoting fair, equitable participation among approved publishers rather than relying on a single supplier. And that myth on the specific split of 37, 33, 30, as well as the national catalogue as a tender, that we are demystifying that, and the setting the record straight video clip, that is the video clip. The sector has gone out to engage extensively with all stakeholders to ensure that all stakeholders are taken on board on the developments. And this slide here gives the list of stakeholders, HODs, the minister and deputy minister, CEM, HEADCOM, and the date on which these meetings took place. And on the right is a summary of each of the meetings. It goes on to teacher unions as well as school governing bodies and principals association. We also met with the audit committee of the department as well as Auditor General of South Africa on those dates, and the summary of the meetings there. We recommend that the portfolio committee receive the presentation, discuss, and also as provide guidance. Thank you very much, DG, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Retlhabane. Minister, Deputy Minister, and Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that's the presentation from the department. I must say, as concluding this presentation, that we've been involved with the process of the development and the release of the catalogue before, but this time around, one has seen an unprecedented interest from various role players. And we've also had concerns that have been raised from people in the sector, especially when it came out in the media that textbooks are now subjected to a tender process. And many said to us, what has happened? Has anything changed? And it's for that reason that we had to put out a statement to correct that. That the process of the development of the catalogue is still led by experts in the field, many of whom are teachers by profession, people who have sharpened their knowledge and skills in the subjects. They are selected from all the 9 provinces, as we would have seen, 150 of them, selected by HODs. Quality is upfront. We don't compromise quality for price. Of course, decisions in the procurement processes of government are made on price, but with us, quality is uppermost. That's why your materials have to be rated at least at 70% for them to be considered even for price. The presentation would have also shown that we've learned over the time, as Mr. Thabane has indicated, the first round of the catalogue was not based on price. In other words, publishers could charge anything. Now we've learned that from developing our own textbooks, the cost of developing textbooks, quality textbooks, we've developed quality textbooks for maths and science through Sasol Inzalo Foundation, one of the best books for maths and science in the country, well sought after by many schools, public and private, and they are using the materials online, that the cost of developing that could be narrowed to what the taxpayer can afford. And as I conclude, having learned from Limpopo, some people would say, never allow a crisis to go to waste. We were able to get publishers reducing their prices. I remember at some point, because I was involved there with Mr. Mzwandile Matthews as the administrator and coming in as the branch head for curriculum to support him in getting textbooks. Some books which would cost in the market 300 to 500 rand per book, we could reduce it to 50 rand. And I think what we're trying to do this time around is also to reduce the burden from the taxpayer. And this process has not historically been subjected to stringent procurement processes such as a bid specification, a bid evaluation, a bid award committee. You don't have those as part of this process. And it's for that reason, even this time around, we did not really subject the process to that, because historically we never experienced, problems of having to change the modality and subject it to a stringent tender process. I subsequently also spoke to the Minister and the DG of National Treasury, who said to us, yes, indeed, the letter of deviation that you have was an approval for deviation for the from the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer at the time, and there is a subsequent Treasury instruction that was issued in 2021-2022, Treasury instruction number 3, which now allows accounting officers to make their own decisions as to which procurement of goods and services should not be subjected to a normal tender process. In effect, it says that this of the prescripts of National Treasury is within the confines of those prescripts. As Mr. Tlhabane and the Minister have indicated, we've also asked internal audit to do a quality assurance process to extensively check, because the condition on which all those who are on the catalogue are allowed to be on the catalogue, if we find something along the way, and we want to do that before procurement begins with provinces, we have the authority to remove you from the list. So thank you very much, Minister, Deputy Minister, and Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. Chair, there you have it. That is the presentation from the department. As I indicated right at the beginning, obviously the department is giving you an account, but obviously I remain waiting for the internal audit report and waiting from National Treasury to hear about the integrity of the process. So I just thought that it was important to make that clear. But we as a department, as the ministry and also the department, we're here to answer your questions as they may arise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister and the DG and the team. DM, anything to add before I call in members of Oris DM in the meeting?
Chair, I am in the meeting. I think I'm covered by the presentation. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to now note hands for the deliberation with this presentation from the department. Honorable Van der Walt, Honorable Mkhize, Honorable Shikwambana, Honorable Kaba, Honorable Mgadi, Honorable Ngobeni, Honorable Yodan, Honorable Magagula, and Honorable Lo. In that order, honorable members. Honorable Van der Walt.
Chair, yes, I'm trying to get my video on. I've had trouble since last week, so if it doesn't come on, please forgive me for that.
Okay.
Chairperson, let me start off by saying two things as an intro. I think there's an old saying that says when there's smoke, there's fire. And in this case, I think I would propose that we actually welcome the minister's action when such smoke did appear to get investigations done, because this is not a small amount of money, but above the money, it also affects a lot of millions of our children and their future. So I'll ask a few questions, Chair, in the round. I might have to ask for a second round, but I noticed during this presentation, Mr. Tabani, that and the DG put a lot of emphasis on quality and quality of the materials. And I just want to warn, it's not on the table today. We should also look at the quality of other materials like pencils and erasers and stuff like that. Because the quality in some schools and provinces are so bad, you sharpen a pencil once and then it's done. You can't use it. So my questions for today, Chairperson, was definitely on the letter from Treasury dated 3 March 2017, because it cannot be an forever open-ended use. And I'm glad that there's mention of a new info in 2021, which is also 6 years ago. I would like to know, what exactly did National Treasury approve? Was it the entire process, or was it only a limited exemption? Chair, my second question would be, did every successful provider comply fully with the terms of reference at the time of submission? Were any site inspections conducted to verify delivery capacity? Why was a procurement model recommended that appears to prioritize price over teacher choice? And did the successful company from the beginning played a transparent card to mention that they are working with another company? I think you had mentioned the name, the Class Act or something like that, if I'm correct, Chair. I would like to know, when did this came to light? Was it not in the original documents already? And Chair, if I don't get an opportunity, I would really like for us, there's a lot of history in this presentation, but we're interested in the current existing process. And I would propose that after today, Chair, we get an exact date of who presented what at what time, what was done step by step. Not a lot of this history stuff. Things change, and I would later on ask also in a written question for the names of all the 150 officials, etc., because I think it's very important to see where our teachers and their expertise on the subjects that are involved lies for giving inputs. For Chair, I'm going to leave this with these few remarks and questions now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable van der Walt. In that order, members.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the Minister, Deputy Minister, the DG, and all other officials attending. Minister, I think I'm very comfortable with your preluding statement, and I hope at some point the government will do exactly what we are saying, so that we start to have dignity in how this department is being run and produce results in the society. My first question was the tender awarded to Lighthouse Publishers? And I think the answer is yes to it, because I have been listening to the conversation. But what takes me aback a little is to hear a statement that Catalogue process is not a tender. People, this should not be about semantics. There's money involved here. And that Catalogue process situation you are doing, the screening process you are doing, is going to end up to someone receiving a 1.6 billion tender. So it could then be seen as a tendering process, the screening itself. And since there's a lot of money involved here, let us be honest, it has drawn interest from all sorts of corrupt people in government and those who are political cronies. So it has to be taken as such. There's money here involved, 1.6 billion rands. So let's not reduce it to a simple process which is innocent and sacrosanct. Even the screening itself is done by human beings who could have been given the details before they go to screen, who could have been easily identified by those who have a lot of interest in this 1.6 billion rands, and gave them information. This is how you'll identify my materials. And please do best. I'll give you something. The fact that you have identified companies which are owned by the same person, 3, 4, 5 of them, tells you that there's corrupt interest going on here. So my message to this one, let us not reduce this process to a simple process. There's billion rands here involved, and we need to be really alert and deal with it. For me, there's no difference between the screening process and the tendering process. It's the same thing, because it results to someone getting huge funds to do their work. My second question is it true that the Lighthouse publishers registered 3 months before being awarded? I didn't hear a presentation speaking to this. Because if the answer is yes to this question, the next question would be, what convinced the department that the new company without any experience will do better than experienced companies? If Lighthouse is indeed a newly registered company in 3 months before it received the tender, what convinced you that they'll do better job, considering one, the technical abilities, what technical abilities they have that convince you? The equipment, what equipment they have that convince you? The human resources, what capacity that have convinced you with to say we are capable? The timelines of delivering. What convinced you for you to say, these are the ones who are moving forward with noting that we are mentioning them now, moving forward? And lastly, the scope of work. This tender is 1.6 billion rands. So the scope of work is massive. It involves a lot of things. So you need to convince us as a committee. What made you think the new baby can do better job than those who've been in the space in the past before? So, and I want to say to you, DG, yes, when change is required, change must happen. The fact that you've been normally doing this way for the past 100 years does not mean that you must not scrutinize and change where there should be change. Noting the corruption that you have been finding from government and the department itself. So embrace those changes. They are required. It is not a process of normalizing things. If we see gaps, we must deal with them. Has the department established firmly this time that this is not another corruption looting mission where the family members and political cronies of government officials are involved? So the department must really boost our confidence here and take us to confidence that there's no family member involved here. If there is one, people must disclose. If there's no political cronyism going on in this tendering process, so that those who have friends or associated to certain individuals part of this tender, they must disclose this early so we know what role they played in the process and how it may have influenced some decisions that may end up favoring one person over the others. How true are the statements that Mr. Mweli accuses the minister of meddling in the tendering process? We have read about this. It is out there. It seems there's a conflict between the DG and the minister. We want to know how true is that. Can you dismiss it or confirm that we did have some engagement on this? And I really felt like the minister is meddling on procurement processes, which I'm in charge of. If it is true, how does it meddling happen? We need to know, DG. If the minister is meddling, we need to know how is she meddling? In what way she meddles? How does this meddling affect the work of the department? We need to know. If that meddling is really alleged and is true, how does it affect the work of the department? Are there any other forms of alleged meddling besides the one that affects the procurement processes, DG? If there are other forms of meddling, be able to explain that. Because if you have conflicts and they're not resolved expeditiously, they will definitely affect the department. Lastly, Chair, cost versus quality. I heard a lot about the previous one was too expensive, the current one is much cheaper. And I'm asking myself, I know the teacher spoke to this. How do you consider protection of quality while you reduce cost? And why I'm asking this question, Mr. Mweli, Dr. It is partly because we have seen a government who has come in and operated like an entrepreneur who thinks profit margin than social upliftment, social development. If you compromise quality, you are compromising the society, because these are the very same learners who must grow and be able to lead society tomorrow, be productive, help this economy be resuscitated and be able to produce required gains for social development. So you need to convince us, not just a statement to say we prioritize quality. Tell us, how do you protect quality against this severe cut of cost that we see, which seems to be very relentless and inconsiderate. So convince us how, not just a statement. How do you protect quality versus a cost reduction that you are really running with? I learned there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhize. In that order, honorable members.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to colleagues, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, and the Minister, Deputy Minister, and the...
Sorry, Honorable Shkwambana. Can I request those who have spoken to lower their hands? Okay, thank you very much. So that I'm able to see. Okay. Honorable
Yes.
Shkwambana, you can continue.
Thank you, Chair, and also the officials of the department. Chair, in your opening remarks, you indicated that our people and the society is worried given the issue before the committee today. Let me also speak on that one and say our people are not only worried, but they are also angry, because since we have this GNU on this Department of Basic Education, it seems like there's a lot of issues happening. When matrics were writing exams, we had of exam papers linkages. Consequence to that, we heard that in the process of getting some of the staff or employees of the department, the minister had issues around it or was involved in some issues around it. And now we are sitting with this issue today. The issue before the portfolio committee is not simply whether one company complied with administrative requirements. The deeper concern is whether the department created and managed a process that weakened transparency safeguards, concentrated approvals, elevated prices above educational quality, and created conditions vulnerable to manipulation and unfair advantages. The EFF is concerned that the department appears reactive on this particular issue rather than to be proactive. Serious scrutiny only intensifies after media exposures. Despite the scale and importance of the process, this raises concerns regarding compliance with the constitutional principle governing public administration under Section 195 of the Constitution, particularly the requirement of accountability, transparency, and high standard of professional ethics. This matter affects the provision of learning materials to millions of predominantly poor and working class Black learners. Section 29(1)(a) of the Constitution guarantees the right to basic education, and procurement decision affecting foundational learning materials must therefore be subjected to the highest standard of constitutional scrutiny. There is also a broader historical concern. South Africa has a long history of unequal educational provision where Black learners were repeatedly subjected to inferior and caused minimized educational system. So my question, Chair, will go to the Minister. The first question will be, when exactly was the Minister informed of the concern regarding the Lighthouse publishers, and who specifically briefed her on this issue? Why did the department or the minister only appear to intensify scrutiny after the media reports emerged, despite the significance of the processes and the scale of public procurement implication attached to the catalogue inclusion? Did the minister or her office raise any concern internally regarding the revised catalogue model, particularly the reduction from 8 approval titles to 3, and the implication this may have had to the market concentration and the procurement vulnerability? Will the minister provide the committee with all the correspondences between her office and the department relating to the catalogue processes, the lighthouse matter, the treasurer referral, and any subsequent investigative processes. What due diligence process were undertaken before the lighthouse publisher received approvals? Did the department verify the operational, additional warehouse, financial, and production capacity of the lighthouse publishers before approvals were granted? Was the department aware of the lighthouse publishers was a recently established entity at the time it was approved or the approvals were issued? And if so, were any enhanced scrutiny measures triggered? Will the minister provide the committee with a complete due diligence record relating to the lighthouse publishers and any associated entities or subcontracting agreements or arrangements? What educational rationale informed the reduction from 8 approval titles to 3? Was any educational impact assessment conducted before the implementation of the revised module? Did the department assess the risk associated with the concentrating approvals among fewer publishers? Did the department consider the long-term educational implication of prioritizing price after quality screening? Will the minister provide the committee with all policy memorandum, advisory documents, and internal recommendations that informed the restructuring of the catalogue module? Will the minister provide the committee with all adjudication records, scoring sheets, moderation reports, evaluators, comments, declarations of interest, and minutes relating to the catalogue process? Were any declarations made regarding relations between officials, evaluators, approved publishers, or associated entities? Will the department disclose all beneficial ownership structures, subcontracting arrangement, and associated entities links to the approved publishers? Has the department investigated the possibility of relationship between approved entities and politically connected individuals, office barriers, or any type of network that may connect officials and the politicians with regard to the matter? This matter is a very serious issue, House Chair, or the chair of the committee, because it involves billions here, and a lot of money is going to be used, and we need to know every cent, and there must be an accountability of every cent. Where does it come from? Where is it going? And what value does it has, that particular money? So as the EFF, we want to put recommendations in this meeting today, that the committee should require the Department of Basic Education to submit all records relating to catalogue processes within a fixed time frame, including adjudication records, due diligence documents, declaration of interest, scoring sheets, and all correspondence linked to the process. The committee should further require the National Treasury to brief Parliament directly on the scope, methodology, and timelines of any investigations relating to the matter. The committee should further require disclosure of all beneficial ownership structures, subcontracting arrangements, and associated entities linked to the approved publishers. The committee should further consider whether implementation of the catalogue should be paused pending the outcome of oversight and investigation process. But however, we are worried because it is our children, it is our kids in the schools who are going to suffer and struggle, because at the end of the day, the delivery of the textbook may be delayed because of this process. The committee should require a dedicated briefing on the educational rationale underpinning the reduction from 8 approved titles to 3, including the relationship between cost considerations and educational quality. As I conclude, Chair, the committee should formally reaffirm that ministerial accountability remains fully applicable regardless of any treasurer referral. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Shkombane. In that order, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, bear with me. This gadget doesn't allow me to oh hey.
You wanted to switch on your camera, Honorable Kaba?
I was wanted, but it's fine. Chair, can you bear with me? I won't be able to switch off this camera.
Okay.
I have a problem, serious. And
That's fine, ma.
also, even my photo now is out. I don't know what is happening. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Greeting to you, Chair. Greeting to the Minister and Deputy Minister DG with your department. Honorable members who are in the platform. Chair, you see, when you are following Shikwambani, forget about your question. Shikwambani will take all of them on your behalf. Thank you very on the lighter note, Honorable Shikwambani. Chair, many of my question was taken by Honorable Shikwambani. It seems like he's sitting next to me to Uguti Akopa my question, but he's not here. He's where he
Honorable Shkoban, why are you sitting next to Honorable Kaba?
like that, teacher, but he's not here.
I'm not weaving with her. I don't know the type of English you prepared, Chair.
That will sound like you together, guys.
No, Chair. I said, Kabazela, I said on the lighter note, comrade, honorable members. Now, Chair, let me put the question of the, let me check. Okay, Chair, maybe let me have just one or two questions. Chairperson, why was the independent investigation only initiated after media reporting rather than through proactive internally controls, and who will be held personally accountable if the investigation confirms irregularities or that consequence management mechanism will be applied? What is the department's view on whether the catalogue should be released and implemented before the independent investigation is completed? If yes, can the department explain the reasoning of that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kaba. In that order, was it Honorable Yordan? Or
Honorable
Honorable Mgadi?
Mgadi.
Apologies, it was Honorable Mgadi, yes. Honorable Mgadi?
Thank you, Chairperson, and greeting all portfolio committees on basic education, and greeting DPE official as well. I hope you are all well. Chairperson, the presentation correctly referred to the National Development Plan, in that one of its key objects is to ensure universal access to quality pre-primary education and to achieve 90% literary and numeracy by grade 4. However, the truth is that this country faces a serious literacy crisis where around 80% of grade 4 learners cannot read for meaning. They do not have a basic reading skills, and this has a devastating impact on the rest of their schooling year. In the department view, what were the shortfall of the previous catalogue, and to what extent can we link the current literacy crisis to the old catalogues? What makes the new catalogue better than previous catalogue? And how will the department monitor and measure its impact on foundation phase learners' outcome? Department train and supports teachers to use implement the new foundation phase national catalog effectively. Chairperson, the presentation revealed that the new catalog is on the average 139 cheaper. What accounts for the significantly lower cost of the new catalog? What changes were made to achieve this reduction? What is the case of the previous one being or overpriced? Additionally, how much is totally does the department project government will save through the procurement of the new foundation phase national catalog compared to the previous catalog? And what is the budget allocated to procure the learners and teaching support material? Chairperson, I must say that the use of the color blue or the slide relating to the consolidated share by ownership of the outgoing catalog was a bit challenging when trying to pick out the respective publishers, but nonetheless, it appears that there are publishers such as Oxford and the Maskey, who I will term your major publish, who hold a significant share and dominate the market. Department, how do you ensure that this fact does not restrict competition? And how do you mitigate the risk of the heavy reliance on this major publisher? We also see that previously, historically disadvantaged publishers accounted for about 90% of the market. What is the share now with the new catalog? Chairperson, additionally, what role, if any, does the department play in equipping and developing this publish? The presentation revealed that there has been a supplementary calls for submission for language such as Ndebele, Venda, and Tonga, in Swati. Does the department think that strengthening and supporting historically disadvantaged publish will help increase submission in these languages to support equal access to quality learning material in official language? How does the department check the quality and accuracy of submission in indigenous language? How does the ensure that meaning and content are not lost? In translation, when the major publisher develop material in languages outside their main expertise, how does the department ensure that learners whose home language or primary language of instruction is an indigenous language are able to receive the full educational benefit from this material in comparison to those learners whose home language or primary language or of instruction is English? Does the department not underline the need to build or support historically disadvantaged publishers. Many learners still struggling with reading and maths. Now, I do not intend on underplaying the importance of digital transformation and aligning curriculum to new skill demands. However, does the department feel that focusing on the coding and roboting now is the right policy direct at the grade 1 to grade 3? And how will you make sure the basic being literacy and numeracy are fixed first, so learners are ready for this new subject, maybe in the intermediate phase? Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Mkati, you done?
Yes, Chairperson, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mkati. Honorable, you're done?
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, greetings to yourself, members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister, Deputy Minister, all the representatives of the DBE present. These allegations once again highlight the importance of political leadership that's willing to act decisively, transparently, and in the public interest when concerns are raised about procurement and governance processes. It's therefore encouraging that you are having this meeting today, Chairperson, and that the Minister also did not seek to dismiss or deflect the concerns raised, but instead proactively urged National Treasury to interrogate the allegations and ensure accountability where necessary. This represents a welcome shift towards proactive oversight and transparent governance, particularly in a sector where concerns raised around procurement processes are often met with defensiveness, delay, or insufficient scrutiny. And these allegations surrounding the foundation phase catalogue process further raise serious concerns about transparency, procurement compliance, value for money, and the safeguarding of educational quality. My questions, therefore, Chair, did the department obtain legal advice on whether the process complied with procurement prescripts, including the PPFA and Treasury instructions? And if so, will that advice be provided to the committee? What due diligence and verification processes were undertaken to ensure that all approved providers had the operational capacity to actually deliver at scale? Was any consultation undertaken with teachers or subject advisors on whether the pricing model undermines pedagogical choice? And we've heard in her opening remarks, the minister mentioning that teachers know what their learners need. And so I would like to know whether there had been actually sufficient consultation with teachers when it comes to procurement in this instance. Does the department believe the cheapest title is necessarily the best educational choice? We've heard several times in the presentation that value for money is something that needs to be looked at in this instance, but surely we can't sacrifice quality over price. Can the department explain how it assured itself that approved materials represent the best educational practice for foundation phase literacy and numeracy? How did the department determine the value for money, and was it simply the lowest price or educational impact per rand spent? How was it assessed beyond price? Then with regards to internal audit, did they identify weaknesses in controls or compliance in their preliminary findings? And did they find instances where controls were absent, inadequate, or inconsistently applied, Chairperson? What were the preliminary findings? Could the committee please be appraised on that? Has the department assessed the risk of irregular expenditure to provinces if the process is later found non-compliant? What will the impact be on provinces that are already fiscally constrained? I understand that the submission fee is usually payable by participating publishers per title submitted for evaluation to cover the evaluation costs, and so not charging this fee raises fiscal concern, Chair. Why was the usual submission fee removed and who approved that decision? Why was the catalogue released before the minister had sight of it? Those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Yodan. Honorable Ngobeni.
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry, Chair. There's a disturbance here on my side. My video is on. I hope it's fine. Sorry. Okay. Chair, I've got just 3 clarity-seeking questions on my end. And so I'm mostly covered by the colleagues, but I think I just want to just get clarity on these ones. For me, the issues of procurement integrity and this whole idea of blind screening, I think we've all seen how, this whole lighthouse matter has been, ventilated both in the media, but I think as alluded to by the DG, we really just want to understand, how blind and free from subjectivity this whole process was. And so for me, I would just like to know how the department reconciles the claim of an entirely objective and blind process with the emergence of post-process concerns around things like ownership structures, editorial partnerships, and possibly indirect market consolidation. We want to know what safeguards exist to detect sophisticated forms of beneficial ownership and masking before approval, rather than after it breaks in the public domain. I would like to know the answer to that question. The second question relates to, and I heard the DG speak a lot to this towards the end of his remarks around cost saving and educational quality. And so he spoke about, the reduction of grade 1 reader costs from, in the 50 rands to the almost less than 20 rand at the reduction of the approved titles from 8 to 3. What I want to know is whether the department can provide empirical assurance that the aggressive pursuit of affordability will not unintentionally narrow pedagogical diversity. We spoke about, and I think it was Honorable Jordan who also, Honorable Mgadi, in fact, who spoke to linguistic richness, innovation, and teacher flexibility in the foundation phase learning, particularly in poorer schools that mostly rely entirely on state-provided materials. If I can get clarity on that. And then my final question, Chairperson, speaks to market dominance and transformation. The presentation we've just witnessed acknowledges the historical consolidation in the textbook sector and even introduces clauses dealing with one beneficial owner. Yet the 2026 catalogue distribution still appears heavily concentrated among a handful of dominant publishers. The question that I would like answered, Chairperson, is what are the measurable transformation indicators is the department using beyond the participation numbers to determine whether the catalogue process is genuinely dismantling historical market dominance rather than to simply redistribute procurement opportunities within the same concentrated publishing ecosystem under different corporate arrangements. I heard Honorable Mkhize try to deal with this particular issue. So we just want to know from the department what is the process to undertake transformation, because the sense that you have larger corporations who are able to undertake this work and have been doing so for a long time, there also should be new entrants who can actually do something similar and be able to deliver. And of course, there mustn't be blindness that leads to things like the Lighthouse saga. So if we can get clarity on that, and I think I will be happy on my end, Chair. Other than that, I think the speakers who spoke before me also captured some of my concerns. Thank you. Was I audible? Or
Thank you,
okay.
Honorable Ngobeni, Honorable Makakula.
Thank you, Chairperson, and I think I've greeted everybody before. Chair, I've got some few questions on the report. One is, number one will be, how does reducing approved titles from 8 to 3 avoid creating new monopolies and supply risk, particularly in one of the approved suppliers if one of the suppliers fail to deliver on time? My second question would be, how many small Black-owned or emerging publishers were excluded from the final catalogue due to the price-based selection model, and what measures exist to protect transformation within the publishing sector? The department states that the average grade 1 reader cost has reduced from 55 or 60 to 16 rands. What is the total projected saving across all provinces and the full MTEF, including logistics, warehousing, and replacement cost? And why are indigenous language materials for isiNdebele, Tshivenda, Xitsonga, and Siswati still incomplete at this stage? And what guarantees can the department provide that learners in these languages will not be disadvantaged in 2027? And why was the independent investigation only initiated after the media? I think this was covered, Chair, by other members. But my last question is, what is the department's view on whether the catalogue should be released and implemented before the independent investigation is completed? If yes, can the department explain the reasoning? I thank you, Chair.
No, thanks very much, Chair. I think I was the last, as you could have indicated, as you noted the hands. We would have been the one who could have called as the ANC study group chair to deal with the significant transparency and accountability. Particularly, Chair, let's remind the portfolio committee members and the department that the President Ramaphosa have affirmed to the nation that we will root out every element of corruption, malfeasance, and whenever it raises its ugly head. Furthermore, this country has set targets when I chair to enhance in literacy and numeracy in the foundation phase. However, it is quite important that we note on the controversy over the procurement of the national catalogue, which is a degree of defense without substantive responses to the public as it expected could have been done, because the state is the one that is dealing with the funding. So quite concerning, which is the major concern, it is the repeated assertion that the catalogue is not a tender process, despite the fact that the inclusion in the catalogue effectively determines access to billions of rand in provincial procurement opportunities. And it also created distinctions, Chair, with serious governance contradictions, because the catalogue approval becomes the gateway of the state-funded procurement and commercial benefit. So this concerns, Chair, it raises us to pose questions. And how we pose questions, we pose questions to say, first and foremost, on what we have seen as a Hollywood of media press engagement. First and foremost, how the media was engaged. The media was engaged as if there was a whole collapse of the departmental communication line, and there was no proper way to have dealt with issues. And I'm glad that members of the committee could have brought into light the questions to check at that particular moment what could have been the action. So I would want to pose the first question to the minister to say, was the minister properly briefed by the administration before going out to speak to the media about the development of the release of the national catalogue from the foundation phase? I'm asking this because in the presentation, what was reported in the media compared to vis-a-vis theft and whatsoever is not there in the presentation, number one. So hence I'm asking this particular question. And if the minister was briefed by the administration, why is it that the minister spoke to the media about a different from the clarity provided in the statement of the department and the presentation? If there was clarity provided, substantially so, why is it that there was different clarity given? The minister went to speak to the media about the thing. The other question, Chair, is in an actual fact, which department is the minister leading? Because the minister doesn't seem to know what is happening in the department. Every time she's referring, every time she does not know this, every time she's saying this. I think she must tell us which exactly department she's leading. Is she leading a shadow department or she wants to lead basic education department? And I want to also pose to the minister, what is the relationship of the minister with News 24 CEO Nazips via Africa Publishers, Lighthouse, and others? Minister must tell us what is the relationship with the News 24, the CEO of NESPAS, and via Africa Publishers and Lighthouse and others. You must clarify it, you must put it on record because we would want to follow it up. And we would want to understand of the I want to understand from the minister, the understanding of the minister, deputy minister, the DG, about the development and the release of the catalogue as being a tender or not. That both the two of them, they must clarify us. What is the understanding? Is this a tender, a catalogue, or what? So that we are clarified, they tell us, because we don't know who's leading the department. Why has the minister and the deputy minister and the DG allowed the nation to be misled and confused in the matter for too long? Why? They must tell us, the two of them. They must clarify these things. They must tell us, because this other one was going this one, this other one is saying this. Today they must clarify this committee. We've got time. They must tell us one by one why or did they mislead us. And then I would also want to know, Chair, why does the minister and deputy minister and DG conduct themselves in a manner that causes so much harm to government and the sector and the department in dealing with such simple matters? Why do they show divisions, fragmentation, and failure to understand the law? It's to how to act into the matter. Albeit that the presentations are too contradictory to what we have read in the media spaces. What is difficult for the minister leading the department as a cohesive team which understand their different roles? If the catalogue process is not a tender, why does inclusion of the catalogue directly determine access to billions of rand in provincial procurement opportunities? And how does the department justify avoiding standardized SCM procedures under these circumstances? Can the minister provide a full national treasury deviation approval and explain whether the 2017 deviation still legally applies to the 2026 foundation phase catalogue process? So we need to know from the deviation of 2017 to now, does it apply? So that must be clarified so that we don't get to see people running to the media. Lastly, I've got two recommendations here. I would want to recommend that the chair, you write to the Public Service Commission requesting an urgent investigation to recruitment process of the two DGs posts and the Chief Director of Communication liaison in the department and report back to the Committee on the Findings and Recommendations. And we should also, Chair, write to the Public Protector to request to investigate the development and the release of the national catalogue for the foundation phase, as well as the roles and conduct of the minister, deputy minister, and the DG, and urgently report to the committee about their findings and recommendations. In a nutshell, we've put them under administration in the portfolio committee of basic education up until they are clarified on their allegations, because they've been running this department into confusion and contradictions. I do not understand who wants to do what and contradict. I wish to submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Low. Honorable members, I am going to afford the department an opportunity to respond. But here is my own summary of the information and the clarity that we are seeking as a portfolio committee. Firstly, my conclusion is that we might leave this meeting not having the clear information or clarity of what we're seeking as a portfolio committee as it relates to this development, implementation, and the release of the new phase of the foundation phase national catalogue. I'm making this conclusion because, honorable members, all of you, you're correct. Majority of you were requesting information as to who played a role in this process. When was a letter waiving, the waiving letter from Treasury? When was it written to the department? What was the time frame of the letter? questions like, so how did the process start? Who was invited exactly? So this is specific information that, of course, the presentation tries, but I think it falls short of critical information that from where we're seated, it is what was going to assist us as a portfolio committee to have more clarity and to be able to say, based on these facts that we have, what then becomes the next step. And as a result, I want to I'm really convinced with the proposal made by one of the members that I think we should take a decision as a portfolio committee to refer officially this matter for investigation to the Office of the Public Protector. The minister's investigation is on the process, on the process as that does it comply with PFMA provisions, because she says that is the reason why she took a decision to take it to Treasury for investigation and not to the law enforcement agencies, because she says there is no criminal element, and that's her own view. But remember, Minister, it's your department. You are the face of that department. The scrutiny is on all of you. So the fact that even if you play executive oversight, where we are seated, the scrutiny is on all of you. So you can conduct that investigation as an oversight body. I do believe that it would be important for us to actually refer the matter officially for investigation to the Office of the Public Protector, also just to broaden the scope of that investigation, because some of the concerns of the members are the entire process, the entirety of, or the structure of the process, the framework of the process, the blind, what they call the blind screening for quality, the participation of the subject advisors, who are the subject advisors, the credibility of the subject advisors. So for us, there is many questions on the entire process, and the fact that the development of this catalogue has not been done. I mean, you have not done this for some time, and you're doing it now. We would want to get clarity where an independent office has thoroughly investigated the matter, and it then empowers us as a committee to do our part as it relates to oversight, because some of these documents that we are requesting where we are seated, Honorable Shkwambana, we might get the documents, but I do believe we will be more empowered if we receive a comprehensive report, a report that, and a report from a Chapter 9 institution for me will actually empower the committee to really get to the bottom of what transpired with this matter. But that does not say the department is not going to respond to the questions, members. But I think for a substantive work on this questions on this matter, I think we might want to consider this route. I'm going to allow the members. I will comment on the issue on the two posts, Honorable Law, just before we close this meeting. I'm going to comment on the process we undertook and your proposal. But I thought that for me, because I have a lot of questions, and one of the things that for me, I appreciated the history that was given by the department in your presentation, because it gives context, and for some of us that context is very important. It's very important for us to broadly understand what we're discussing. So we appreciate you giving us the history of the development of the catalogue, create context. That context is appreciated for us. We appreciate it for some of us, understanding and broader grasp of what we are discussing today. I want to stress this issue. And this is what I raised earlier when I started, that if you listen to the minister, you sound like you are distancing yourself from the department. And I just want to caution you and the team on that despite the fact that you play a certain, you can't play a certain role, that is administratively. There is an administration that you can't interfere in administration, but you play on an executive oversight. When we speak about the department, the first person that we want to account is you as the executive authority. And when you engage on matters of your own department, we actually expect all of you, when you come here, to own your own work, to own your own processes. And I did not get that sense when you opened the meeting. And I really want to say it is what we are raising. It's what I was raising earlier, that there seem to be a serious disjuncture in terms of working relations between the administration and the executive authority. And if that is the case, because I think it was Honorable Mkhize who said there has been allegations of meddling, and these allegations have been made over and over. And if that is the case, then you need to deal with those issues, because then in the public eye and where we are seated, you are going to fail as a national department to really provide oversight and leadership to PEDs. If you are constantly bickering about your positions, and you're bickering about operations vis-a-vis who's meddling, who's interfering, you need to deal with those things as a matter of agency, so that when you come to us, you speak as a department, as one department. Because from your presentation and I get a sense that we all want answers. We all want to get to the bottom of what really transpired, who is implicated, and the person who is implicated must be brought to book. If there has been foul play, if there has been some form of malice in this process, that person must come to book. And where I'm seated, this is one matter that you as a department could have handled better as a department, because where we're seated, you've created serious panic. I am panicking as a parent, I'm panicking as a lawmaker. If the department has capacity to effectively provide textbooks to our children in a cost-effective manner, but quality textbooks, and if they are able to do this within the prescriptions of the law, and if they are doing this without any malice, I'm worried. And I'm saying you created that panic in terms of how you are handling the issues and how you've been handling any other issue, all other issues that have emerged. And you really need to reflect on that. But I want to say that despite the responses and despite the additional information, we might need to want to refer this matter for proper investigation, so that we get an official and formal report on really what transpired and recommendations on what must happen moving forward. Minister, you can lead the responses.
Okay, my apology for interrupting. Can I just do my second round? I think it will assist us really as well. It's very brief. I just thought in the first round I'll be brief to give everybody an opportunity, but I really have a question on the internal audit matter.
Okay.
Thank
Members,
you.
I really do not want to deny you an opportunity. So the second round, Honorable van der Walt, we do it as a follow-up if your questions are not responded to. That's how we deal with second round. That's why we have not given anyone, I did not give any person time restrictions when you were asking questions, because I wanted to give you adequate time to ask all your questions. So I'm just cautioning because I know that after you raise your hand, another member would want to raise their hand, and another one would want to raise their hand, and another one would want to raise their hand. So I'm cautioning that let it be really brief, and that next time do ask all your questions at once, especially when there is no time. I did not give time limit. I did not even give limitation on the number of questions you would ask because I said we had the whole day.
Chair,
Okay.
no, I will be very quick. I just think when we get responses, if not now on your reference further,
Honorable Law, what
is
is
that
it you are disrupting, Honorable Van der Walt? Honorable Law, what is that hand for?
Chair, I'm worried if we're going to have that presidency. Like, can we agree to have responses and allow her to go to follow-ups? Because we can't have second thoughts when we've all got the time to engage. Can we agree with that process? I'm begging you.
Okay, Honorable Law, I had already cautioned Honorable Van der Walt on this precedence that I don't want to set, Honorable Van der Walt, but I had given you an opportunity already. Please make it very brief. But I'm cautioning all members, let's not do that.
we'll do so, Chair. I'm
Okay.
just used that we are very brief and others are very long. But I just think it's very important for us that when
Yes,
there are
Honorable Van der
responses,
Walt, you were very brief out of your own choice. It was
yes,
your
of
choice
course.
to be brief. It was not, no one said you must be brief. No one said you've got 10 minutes or 3 minutes. And so other members decided to utilize the opportunity to ask all their questions. So it's not their fault. And I'm saying you took that choice. It was out of your choice. So you can
Can I
continue,
proceed?
but be very brief.
I'll be very brief. Chair, I just think what we need to know is that whether there were any deviations from approved processes identified during the preliminary review, and did the internal audit find any instances where controls were absent, inadequate, or inconsistently applied, and when will the committee and the minister receive the full report? Chair, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Minister, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. A lot of the questions were going to have to be handled by the team, but there were specific questions that were directed at me, which I would like to address very quickly. And I won't necessarily distinguish between members because I think a number of these questions that came up were thematic around the same theme, around my awareness and my involvement in this matter. But Chair, I think you raised an important point here at the beginning about the fact that I seem to not be with my department on this matter, and somehow I seem to be distancing myself from the department. And I need to clarify why it is important that we all play our role. Chairperson, the reason why state capture was allowed to happen and state capture happened at this pace at which it did is because political leaders did not understand what their role was. Yes, my role is to lead the department and to lead it with the DM, with the DG. But when there's a problem and there's a process that I'm not convinced of that it is somehow the way it was meant to be done, as many members here have raised, it is not because I'm refusing to lead my department that I ask for the custodian of all procurement processes in the country to look at whether or not we followed the right angle and whether or not we followed the right process. Chair, there are the futures of 13.7 million children in this country. And I take that responsibility seriously. And if I'm to take that responsibility seriously, then I should be able to say, even within my own department that I lead, to be able to say, hold on, Minister of Finance, can you can you assure me, as the person who's meant to have oversight over this department, that in fact all the processes here were followed? Because I don't sit in these processes, the accounting officer does. But can I be assured? Because as you say, when you call us to account, you are calling me to account and leading the department. So it must not be viewed as somehow some kind of disagreement. We've got balances in the system. There's a reason why the Procurement Act was written the way that it was done, such that there's a responsibility of the executive authority and that there's a responsibility of the accounting authority, and that those responsibilities must balance themselves out. So I find it strange that somehow on the one side, yes, I must account, but when I do act and I say, hold on, I'm not convinced whether or not we've followed everything that we're meant to follow here. Can we have somebody look at it? It doesn't mean that somehow there's a breakdown between the DG and myself. It simply means that I'm exercising my role as per the law. And so I really want, because Honorable Mkhize talks about this quite a bit in his remarks. And I want to say that the reason why I will never shy away from saying when there's something that I am not convinced of, because of the stakes that are so high, I will never shy away from doing what is legally required of me. And it doesn't mean that I'm distancing myself from the department or that I'm fighting with the DG. It simply means that the oath of office I took is so serious to me, and the future of the children in this country is so serious to me, that I will make sure that personally I exercise my legal responsibilities. And the question that Honorable Mkhize asked about meddling, I think I've clarified that. We've got our clarified role within the PFMA, and meddling would be me wanting to involve myself in procurement processes. But executive oversight would be me saying, I wasn't part of this process, but I would like an independent internal audit look at this matter. They've already said the preliminary issues that they've found that they are not happy about. So the point I'm trying to make is raising the issue within my department should be what is making the committee comfortable. That I will never sit on information that is not right. And that I will make sure that even when the issue concerns my own people, we will be able to say, how do we hold ourselves to account? And I don't think I should be blamed for acting in that regard. Honorable Shigomban asked the question, when did I become aware of the allegations? Look, I want to also assure members that this is not a matter of Johnny come lately now because of this matter coming out in the press. That the DG and I were received from the Publishers Association of South Africa last year allegations of corruption in this matter. He then moved on to institute forensic investigation, which was inconclusive in terms of finding that there was corruption in the process. We then proceeded. They proceeded with the process as we've come to this now. Now, I had requested to see the actual catalogue myself, but it was released to the provinces. And so it was when the story broke that morning that I became aware that there was an issue. And now the question you may ask is why somebody said, Honorable Law, I think it was, said, why are you always reactive? The reason why I could only act when I did was because I have not been involved in the process, rightfully so. So then when there are public questions about the integrity of the process, I say to my colleague, to the Minister of Finance, the Chief Procurement Officer must please look at this for us and assure us that everything is above board. Now, there's also a lingering sort of suggestion here that we are prosecuting things through the press. I want to assure the members that I am the one who's consistently been bombarded with questions from the press. The press doesn't hear these things from me. And I also want to assure you that there are many interested players in this field. And so the coming out of the story is somehow not related to me. I have a responsibility to respond to press questions, but there seems to be some kind of a view that we are prosecuting through things through the press. We are not. We're being asked these questions. So the question then becomes, how does the press become aware of it? I'm not entirely sure that I can, with certainty, respond to that. Now, then the other issue then is, so when it became clear the integrity of the process was questionable, I escalated to the Minister of Finance. And I'm happy to provide the Portfolio Committee with correspondence between the DG, myself, the Minister of Finance on this matter. And we wait, and I hear the chair's question about, but we are waiting now to hear, we've got questions that need answers. And unfortunately, I can't, push the Minister of Finance to give me a report before we could come to this committee meeting. I'm still waiting for the report from the Chief Procurement Officer. And of course, as the internal audit has also indicated that they are not yet done. But I think there were questions that were directed at them, and I think maybe chair the chair of the internal audit can come in and just perhaps just outline, even if they don't have findings, just outline what their role is and what the process that they've followed is, so that to also give assurance to members of the House that we are looking at this matter quite seriously. Then Honorable Olo,
Minister, you are breaking. Minister,
oh, apologies. Am I back?
Yeah.
I think the chair is having a
Yeah.
problem. The minister was quite smooth.
Okay. Am I audible?
Minister, you were breaking.
Okay.
Yes, you're audible now.
Minister and Chair, I think the chairperson where you are, your network might not be good because the minister is audible. Let's check the connectivity of the chair. Thank you.
Correct.
All right.
Okay.
Then
Okay,
I want
that's
to
fine.
deal. Oh, okay, Chair. Then Honorable Loho asked me a very pointed question about my relationship with News 24, the CEO of Via Africa, and I want to assure him I have no relationship whatsoever. I don't even know Via Africa and who is involved in this, so I have no relationship whatsoever. And then there's two questions then I want to just tackle before I hand over to the DM and perhaps the DG. The question that says, are we now sure that somehow that we're going to make sure that these textbooks are delayed? And the chair uses the question, the phrase that I am panicking as a parent and I'm panicking as a lawmaker. And Chair, I wanted to assure you on two things. Number one, this is not me trying to delay the process, but as I indicated in my opening remarks, if provinces procure from a faulty, flawed cataloging process, then we risk them having audit outcomes. So the reason why this is important that we are assured of the above board process that was followed is so that we can protect the PEDs from audit findings. However, as the DG indicated, I think Mr. Kabani indicated, right now with procurement, we are waiting for the internal audit to finish its work while we are waiting for the Treasury to give us its advice. Once we have those advices, provinces can go ahead and procure. The DG indicated there if there's he's also doing his due diligence on the companies and the like. But nonetheless, the point is, I want to make sure that there's a book in the hands of children when it comes to 2027, January 2027. And we are still within the correct window. But we must move with caution before we simply say to provinces, please, can you procure? So that we can make sure then that we are saying that this is the correct way to go about it. And then lastly, the overarching question here that it seems to be coming from the members, is this a tender or is this a procurement process? What is the difference? Now, I will allow the DG to elaborate on that matter, because the question, I suppose, from members that is coming from members is that, you know, it's some form of procurement because obviously there's money that's going to be spent. But the DG is probably more eloquent to answer that, because in fact it is that question myself that I'm wanting National Treasury to clarify. And it's that question that I'm wanting National Treasury to say, because of this and this classification of this process, these processes were followed and they are sound. And if I can get that assurance, then we can move with the process. But I can't move with the process unless I am certain that I've exercised what is legally required of me. So, Deputy Minister, I don't know if there's anything you would like to add before I hand over to the DG.
Minister, thank you very much for bringing it to me. Greetings to the chairperson, greetings to all the members of the portfolio committee. Chair, it's just unfortunate that we had to arrive at this. And let me just show my face that it's me. Yeah, it's not a ghost, it's me. I'm awake. Yeah. Chair, I'm saying it's just unfortunate that we had to arrive at this. I was seeing something that somebody's writing. I don't know, because this matter was requested in the portfolio committee in March, because even the portfolio committee would not have invited us had we dealt with the matter at a time when it was requested by the members of the portfolio committee. And I even had to go back to that thing and see that indeed the matter was there, and we were ready to present the matter as the department. So let's allow all these processes to happen. The process of the minister and the treasury as it is happening, though if there is no response soon, it will derail our main vision, all of us, that by January 2017, a child must have a book, especially grade 1 to 3. So personally, I feel that the proposal by the chairperson, it's in order, and that was even going to limit the process of answering all questions, because when I counted the questions, there are so many, to an extent that when we come to the actual answering of the questions, the time might the time might have already overtaken us. So the one by the chair, that let's investigate this process, but it should not stop the procurement, because I'm afraid if we say we wait for the entire investigation before we allow provinces to procure, it is going to cause a problem to all of us. So, but if they continue with the investigation, and I believe that the minister's one might even come earlier, because that one has stopped the process, and if it comes earlier, then we still continue with that one, because we don't know what is contained in the whole thing. But and then we promise that in future we need to strengthen the internal communication in the department, because that's why we'll be seen as speaking different languages. If we don't communicate, when we hear something, we come, we call the DG first. DG, here is the thing. What are you saying about it? Because the work of the minister is to hold the DG accountable. So when we get something, let's quickly bring our heads together and see how can we solve it before it becomes something, it becomes a hoho. And you might find that even when the reports come, it would not be as sensitive or not sensitive. I lack the English word, because yeah, it might not come as we would anticipate. It might come lighter, and yet now we made it a big thing, or it may come again a big thing. So as we strengthen our own internal communication in the department led by the minister, things will not be as they are. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DM. DG, I'm going to ask if it's possible for you to lead the team. I think it's mostly the technical questions that that are left to be answered. Thank you.
Yeah, Minister, I'm just trying to get the camera on. There are a few that are just more than technical, Minister, if you remember. Many of them have been raised by the chair and the Honorable Low and Honorable Mkize. So I'll try and be quick. Can I be allowed to switch off the video so that it doesn't impact negatively on the bandwidth?
That's fine, DG.
Okay, well, the relationship between the accounting officer and the executive authority is a very dynamic relationship in my own experience. There are instances where we differ, and we have to differ. There are instances where the accounting officer might say to the minister, you are crossing the line. And that's healthy, because that relationship, I mean, the roles are separate but complementary. And that's how we are expected to carry out our responsibility. And even my role as the head of administration, I've indicated to the minister that I would prefer to immerse myself in the operations of the department. The minister is a public representative and the DM. There are only two politicians in the department. The public must enjoy seeing the operations must enjoy seeing me. So there's no contestation on that point. And those roles are very clear, but as I want to repeat, they are complementary. And therefore, there are instances I want to repeat where I would have written to the minister and said to the minister, I think you are crossing the line. But that was internal communication between me and the minister, and we've discussed that. And I said to the minister that internal communication wouldn't have leaked from me. It would have leaked from somebody else, but not from me. I'm absolutely sure, because that communication is dispatched from me and to the minister, and there is no indication that my devices are hacked in any way. But we talked about it. We're both surprised that the people who reported on the minister meddling in administrative matters seems to be referring to an internal communication which happened between me and the minister. I can confirm that that happened, but that's internal communication, and it was meant to be consumed by those that I referred to. I also want to, I welcome public scrutiny. I've enjoyed public scrutiny in the public service, and I think I'm very close to retirement now. One thing that I've enjoyed is scrutiny, even in this committee. Very difficult, hard questions. They've helped me to improve in my leadership and serving our nation. So accountability is something that we enjoy. Even in education, I think we are the only sector that even opens our institution to public representatives to go and view them and tell us how we are carrying out our operations. The chair has indicated that she would propose the investigation by the public protector. I support that, but here are the implications. The implications are that the procurement on this catalogue might be delayed. We might not be the first issue on the priority list of the public protector. And it means that children will be delayed to getting the latest materials that is now on the new catalogue. Those are the implications. The other implication is that those who want to continue to benefit from the prices that are much higher from this catalogue is going to spell good news to them. Because some of them were really pushing that this process must be nullified so that they continue to benefit. Some of those companies are well-established monopolies. You can see from the old catalogue, it's going to spell good news to them. And therefore, the new catalogue that has brought on board, Honorable Ngobeni, some of the new players, and it's a great pity. I think maybe the line function can help me to just indicate to you how we have attempted to bring in some of the new players. We've made the process very stringent because very big companies have the muscle. And that's again the difference between 3 titles and the 8 titles. The big companies have the muscle to stretch themselves to cover 8 titles and continue to dominate. With 3 titles, you are able to control and also be able to bring in new players. Apart from making sure that the taxpayer benefits from reducing the burden, as we have demonstrated in the presentation. So if you compare the old and the new, Honorable Ngobeni, you'll see that in the old, you have very few previously disadvantaged publishers featuring there. In the new catalogue, there's a few of them who have come on board as compared to the... We'd want to do this even more. This is just the foundation phase. We still have the intermediate phase. You've got the senior phase. You've got the FET. There are 3 streams that are still waiting. And for me, the value of getting foundation phase right is going to help us, hopefully, to minimize what happened during the foundation phase, this quibbling and public spats that have happened on something that Deputy Minister says could have been resolved internally. You know, in the past, I used to be the branch head for curriculum. I used to work with CEOs of APA and SAPA. These are associations representing publishers. They would come direct to me. They never had to go even to the DG. Not even the minister knew nothing about really what's happening in the catalogue development process. Maybe going forward, it will help us to really streamline even communication and say, when you are aggrieved, you know which line to follow. I strongly believe in the doctrine of a separation of responsibility. It does not only carry wisdom, but the safety in observing the doctrine of separation of responsibility. When processes such as this one happen, I'm also not supposed to be involved. I have to make sure that there's a line function that takes responsibility, that runs with the process, because eventually I'll have to sign off. So that's very important in terms of running a process of this nature. Information required by the portfolio committee. Chair, I think the issue of the public protector will help us a great deal. Remember that the materials of publishers have issues of intellectual property, and therefore affording everyone access to these materials is dangerous. We'll be opening the department to litigation for matters such as stealing intellectual property. As I've indicated, there are still 3 cycles that we have to go through, but this is not the last time that we go on the catalogue development process. After 3 years or so, we'll be going on another cycle. So you need to safeguard intellectual property of people who submitted their materials. So the materials are available at DBE for scrutiny, for investigation and examination, but I am not comfortable to release them to anyone for reasons that I have stated. Honorable Law, tender or a catalogue, honestly, I'm not going to attempt to really persuade you and Honorable Mkhize to believe that this is not a tender. We have explained that our understanding of a tender, key features of a tender is bid specification, bid evaluation, bid award. This one does not carry those cardinal features of a tender. And I think the investigation will shed even more light to show that this is a complicated animal. The fact that the chief procurement officer said you can't follow a normal tender process. You have to be allowed to deviate. The chief procurement officer had applied his mind. The only flip side about the letter, and I want to now address the issue of the letter. The letter is open-ended. That's what the DG said to me. They said, look, this letter is to eternity. Now, find the expression in Treasury Instruction number 3 of 2021-2022. Locate this within your procurement policy. I've met with the CFO and the team. I've said as soon as possible, let's make sure that this finds expression in our procurement policy so that we narrow this deviation and it doesn't become like just open-ended. And it does happen. There are departments where you'd find that for goods and services, they don't follow a normal tender process. Given the sophistication and complexities of goods and services that are to be procured. So it's not unique to basic education. The DG of National Treasury also gave me an example of his own department to say to service the whole department, he requires at least 2 billion per month, and he can't follow a normal tender process. And he's developed a policy to allow him to be able to source money to be able to fund the services of government. Confusion of the nation, it's extremely unfortunate, Honorable Law. As I've said, our roles are complementary. When I get involved in the public space is not mine. I get there to complement and supplement the work that the minister and deputy minister do with their public representatives. If that lends itself to confusing the nation, it's unfortunate. Maybe we'll have to reflect and look at even, a different way of doing it so that it comes out clear. Because when we come in, we clarify processes, we indicate, because the minister and deputy minister wouldn't be sitting with technical details that we have. And it's our duty to put those technical details that the public would like to have sight of in the eyes of the public so that they get to appreciate what our process involves. Is it full national deviation? I've indicated the deviation is full. It's full deviation. And advice from DG of National Treasury is that going forward, I need to deal with it within the department through the Treasury instruction that I've referred to. Honorable Magagula, 3 verses 8, I've explained what are the advantages of 3 titles, what are the disadvantages of the 3 titles. How many publishers were excluded, in particular, previously advantaged? Mr. Chavani and Mr. Sbia can help me to answer that. I wouldn't know that. Total projected savings, that's very difficult because schools, schools are still going to make choices. And for people to even say 1.6 billion, I really want to know what mathematics did they use when there's not even a single invoice. School decide as to whose book they want to buy. And for now, it boggles my mind as to the permutations of the calculations that have been done out there. But my only suspicion could be they are made to whip the emotions of the public, given what is happening in the public space regarding commissions and so on. Until you get an invoice, in fact, a choice from a school, an invoice from a province saying so many books, you can't calculate. You don't know how many they are going to buy from whoever would be on the catalogue. Total projected per savings, we can only work that out when the choices have been made, Honorable Madam. And then Honorable Ngobeni, how blind is blind screening? How insulated is this from subjectivity? We've tried to explain. We've had instances where people would pretend not to be associated to any publisher. And we've had whistleblowers approaching the line function. And when we identify such people, we send them home immediately and consequences ensued. Until then, we rely on the honesty of human beings. And people also fill in, confidentiality forms, which is what we do, and make their declarations. With human beings are very sophisticated species. You can't have a fail-proof system with human beings. That's why when somebody says investigate, when the evidence before me suggests that be done, I don't hesitate. It's got to be done. And also sophistication of collusion by other companies. I think the line function can try and really indicate what are the processes in place to make sure that people don't collude. One of those that I know is that when you have more than one company, you've got to declare. If you don't declare and we discover, we can exclude those companies based on the ground that you were not honest, and we had to discover it ourselves. Empirical pursuit of reduction of price at the expense of pedagogical value. No, not at all. I made also a desktop a comparison with other countries, Germany and others in the neighbors and so on. Price reduction do play a role in the catalog development and procurement of books. Otherwise, you are also impeding access. Access to materials is determined by price. Let us not be blind to that fact. A price can be an impeding factor to access. And the taxpayer must be able to buy as many books as possible so that we cover as many children as possible. We have not been able to do that. And the question was, why didn't we do it when we issued 8 titles? We had not tested, some of the variables that I referred to. We've now developed our own maths and science textbook, which is one of the best in the country, which is online, together with Sasol Inzalo Foundation at a very low cost. Those are our lessons. Number 2, we had the textbook situation in Limpopo. We called in publishers, and we said to them, this is the money that is available, and we can only afford this price. In fact, in many countries, they don't buy materials at the market price. Not only materials. Many countries, government has got buying power that is much more bigger than even the buying power that you have for some of the private sectors. And government has got to use its buying power to reduce the burden from taxpayers, to maximize benefits from economies of scale. But upfront in education is quality. That's why we said quality, we weigh it at the level of 70%. Almost the same benchmark that a pilot would be allowed to proceed to be a pilot in training. So if there's a suggestion that says raise the benchmark for quality even higher than 70%, perhaps to 80%, we can do that. And price comes after. In all tender processes, it's not only about price, it's about other variables, which would include quality and other things, then price would come later. Market dominance, the new catalog attempts to do that, to reduce the dominance. You'll see that to some extent the dominance has been reduced. There must be more players. The cake must be shared incrementally over time, even with new entrants into the market. Why was the catalog released before the minister could have sight of it. That is Honorable Jordan. I'm sorry, Honorable Jordan. I had a problem. You know, at some point we say procurement is the purview of the accounting officer. On the one hand, we are saying bring the executive officer into procurement processes. I have a problem with that. You're saying to me the minister must have sight of the catalogue today. Tomorrow you'll say the minister must know who's allocated which tender. So I've never had to do this to any executive authority. I've tried to even check with my colleagues whether it would be the right thing to do. They said, no, you are actually inviting the minister into the procurement process when you do that. What if when the minister sees the catalogue, the minister says, I don't like this publisher and therefore this catalogue must not go out? But to start with, which law says that must be done? There's no law. And catering for indigenous languages we have, and I think the list of other languages that are not catered for will tell you a story that publishers are not willing to invest in titles that provide for very small populations. In other words, small offerings where the numbers are very small. Your big publishers are not willing to invest there. The majority of them, not all of them. They are not willing, and that's why there's no traction among those titles of those languages that are regional and very small in nature. And then what legal advice did we get? Well, the legal advice that we got it a while ago, which got me and Minister Motsaga to meet with Minister Jordan, and then which led to the release of the letter of 2017. And we thought since then, I indicated that given the fact that this process is not a classical procurement, for a classical procurement process, you have to appoint an audit firm, you have to appoint a legal firm, your internal audit forms part of it, your legal services also form part of it. Historically, we've not dealt with the development of the catalogue in that way. But the legal advice that we got is the one that led us to approach National Treasury, which afforded us a deviation letter. Pricing model, the cheapest title is not always the best title. I've explained quality is ranked very high, and therefore value for money at the expense of quality should not be an issue. And more often than not, people want to push for higher prices. That's what they say. And therefore, it's a very delicate balance which we are trying to maintain. And so far, I think we've done everything possible to try and maintain that delicate balance. Honorable Tlaba, independent investigation. After this, I've indicated that historically, we didn't build in the mechanisms that you'd have ordinarily in your normal tender process. The release of the catalogue after the investigation, we can delay the procurement, but I've indicated the implications of delaying the procurement, including the investigation by public protector. Shortfall, Honorable Mgadi, shortfall from the old catalogue. We've worked out the prices, we've not worked out the full shortfall. But you'll see that many of our learners, especially from grade 11 downwards, not all of them have textbooks. And our intention is that lowering the price with the money that we have, it will help us to increase the coverage of a book per learner across the grades. New and old catalogue, what is the difference? We've provided it in there, Honorable Ngadi. The cost of the catalogue that we have also provided, publishers who dominate the market, I've responded to that under questions raised by Honorable Gobeni. And then I'm almost done, Chair, to invite the team to come in. Honorable Shikwambana, transparency and quality, absolutely, we welcome. There must be transparency in the process. The issue of due diligence, the line function can indicate that. The rationale of 3 versus 8, I've indicated the rationale. The records of the process, I've also spoken to that they are available, but would like them to be examined and be used for investigation within our premises so that the safeguarding of intellectual property and other related matters, we remain responsible for it. Relationship with certain individuals. We have not done an investigation there. And Honorable Mkhize asked the question whether our families, or I can say my family insofar as myself, my wife, my brothers, my siblings are not involved in this process. Although there was fake news to suggest that one of my family members is involved, there's none. Any investigation can be launched, it won't find anything. Honorable Mkhize, yeah, the issue of the tender, I think I've spoken to it, and the issue of 1.6 billion. The Weather Lighthouse registered 3 days before. I'll ask Mr. Sibia or Mr. Chavani just to help me respond to that, please. Technical abilities. The issue is that the development of the material is not done by publishers. Even the delivery and distribution of materials is not always done by publishers. That's the complications. In the value chain, you've got what is called booksellers, who are another role player in the chain, and they work between the publishers and the department. And their role is to distribute those books to schools. And in some instances, departments themselves would arrange their own logistics offering those books. So all that the publisher should be able to do is to have the titles that are required printed within a given time. And the line function can indicate that if they fail to even meet our timeframes, what are the punitive measures that are imposed on them? I've addressed the issue of minister meddling in the tender process, cost versus quality. I've also tried to address that. The last one is Honorable van der Walt. This is not small money, yes, indeed, overall. Quality of materials, we have explained how we deal with the quality of materials. Letter from National Treasury issuing deviation, I've spoken to the letter. Price over teacher choice. We've tried to, by the way, people who also select these materials are teachers by profession. They are teachers and teachers who are very experienced. And so we do believe in the judgment that they are making because they are very experienced in this work. But I can say that in our meeting with organized labor, five teacher unions, only one did not attend. This issue was not raised. More often than not, they would raise it. It was not raised at all, Honorable van der Walt. Who presented what at what time? I'm sure Mr. Chavani and Mr. Sibia will help me to address that. Okay, Chair, can I please, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, request Mr. Chavani and Mr. Sibia to help me deal with the other questions that I've not adequately covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG, and greetings to all honorable members once more. DG and the Honorable Minister and the DM have actually responded to almost all the questions, and they responded to them comprehensively. I just needed to touch on the question on the credibility of the subject advisors, to indicate that, as DG concluded, the subject advisors that we appoint to conduct this work are the same subject advisors that we trust with the delivery of the curriculum. They monitor implementation of the curriculum. It is their day-to-day job to ensure that curriculum is implemented, and they support teachers. And I also wish to indicate that almost all the publishing houses, they use our teachers as well as our subject advisors as writers of the very same books that we are talking about. However, what we need to do is to ensure that those who participated in writing of the books do not become part of the evaluation team. And as DG indicated, they have to declare that I did participate as part of the writing team for a publishing company. Some of them may publish as individuals and register their own companies, but it is required of them that they must not be a player and a referee at the same time. So the credibility of the subject advisors is something that is beyond a question. And we want to assure members that the people who conduct these evaluations are highly experienced. We do not draw all the subject advisors. We only select the best, because we don't just have 150 subject advisors in the country. The 150 are cream of the cream in the country, but they need to be honest and desist from participating in evaluation when when we appoint the subject advisors to do that. So we want to assure members that people who undertake this work are extremely competent. The issue of whether we can confirm that Lighthouse registered 3 to 4 days before, it was covered in the slide where we indicated that our call is an open call, inviting old and new. And when we say new, we refer to new entrants, those who are willing to submit materials for evaluation, whether they did that before or not. And I think we can also, without fear of contradiction, to say, if I'm an experienced publisher, there was a time when I was new, when I had no experience, and I submitted my materials for the first time. When I talk about 20 years experience or 50 years experience, there's a time where I started. And that is why there's a member who indicated that how do you safeguard transformation in the sector without compromising the quality of the work that needs to be done. We do not evaluate on the basis of who wrote. However, some of them who have vast experience, the materials are so good that they find their way into the final catalog. But during the screening period, we are not even aware that this material was written by this very experienced publisher. It is about the compliance of the material based on quality of the material, that they submit quality materials. But it would be incorrect to think that it is only experienced publishers who can submit quality materials, because it emerges at the end, once we publish, that some of the quality materials that came through, they actually came from new entrants. And but Mr. Sibia can write to that, but the date on which the company registered was never a factor. Like DG indicated that the writers usually work with other players in the ecosystem, that they don't have to be having warehouses or printing capacities or what, but it's important that they know that once they're enlisted, then they need to ensure that they meet the expected delivery lines. And in managing delivery in the past, even experienced publishers, I think it is important that I don't mention the names, but the names are there of very experienced publishers who were there, repeatable, who could not deliver. And some of them, we even had to issue them with listing of threatening them to delist them from the catalog. So the issue of delisting can happen at any time. It doesn't happen just before the release of the catalog. Even during the period in year 1 or year 2, if for whatever reason a publisher is unable to deliver, we actually work with associations to try to get them to deliver, or else we may delist them. So it's a process that we safeguard throughout, not only at the development of the catalog, but throughout the life of the catalog. We work with these partners to ensure that they deliver on what they promised to deliver. Otherwise, I will leave it at that and invite Mr. Sibia to respond to the other issues that Minister DMDG and myself did not respond to. Mr. Sibia?
Thank you very much, Mr. Shavane. Good morning or good day, Minister, Deputy Minister, members of the Portfolio Committee and the chairperson, as well as colleagues who are on the platform. I'm just going to touch on one aspect just to finalize or conclude on the recent submission by Mr. Shavane. That material development by its nature is an intellectual and academic activity undertaken by individual authors, subject specialists, and curriculum experts. The company serves as a legal vehicle for submission and contracting purposes, not as a substantive source of pedagogical expertise. I just want to close that at the end in terms of what do we look at when we are doing the screening process. But maybe to not go to a specific question, to explain to members how do we do the catalog, how do we take this process from the beginning to the end. We have a relationship with publishers associations. There are 4 currently, which is PASA, which is Publishers Association of South Africa, APA, African Publishers Association of African Publishers Association, SPASA, and the other one is SABA, which is booksellers. So that's our captive audience that we engage with. So in terms of how do we engage with them, we have a regular platform which we call an LTSM forum where we engage them. Now, from time to time, we'll have meetings. So we have scheduled meetings with them quarterly, as and when a meeting is required. Now, that's when we talk about consultation. In the presentation, Chair, you'll see that we started consulting publishers since 2020 regarding the imminent call for submission of grades 1 to 3, or the development of the catalog rather. Now, in between 2020 and 2024, there were engagements with all publishers. So we can safely say the industry was aware that the DBE is going to call for submissions for the grades 1 to 3. We've also been looking at minutes where we engaged publishers post that call. We have those minutes where we have an agenda item to say they will ask, how far are you with the call for submission? And therefore, we believe that it was public knowledge that we are going to call for a submission. The issue was around securing funds to call for that submission. I think that's number 1. Number 2, we use practice, Chair, that how have we been doing the previous catalogs and how do we improve on the new ways of developing new catalogs. And we can give you a trace of how the old catalogs were and how did we improve systems going forward. And we are going to improve even in the next one, which is the grade 4 to 6. So we learn from a previous catalog, improve on the next one. Ultimately, we'll get it right, Chair. Now, when we develop terms of reference, there's a document that accompanies the terms of reference, which is a guideline. A guideline in the olden days, Chairperson, Minister, Deputy Minister, you will call it a scope. But the blueprint, which is the framework of material development in this textbook space, is the curriculum, which is the CAPS. And it has not changed since 2011. So whoever would want to develop material would have had over 14 years of this document at their disposal. But more over and above the issuing of the guidelines, we are specifically telling publishers or interested parties, this is how we want you to develop the material. The terms of reference and the guidelines are available to the committee. And when we also develop these terms of reference, we then ask publishers to come to a non-compulsory engagement session in the normal nomenclature, you'll call it a briefing. But we have a dedicated email address that was created specifically for this process, which is called grade 1 to 3 LTSM at dbe.gov.za. So that email is still live today, till today. It was live pre the briefing, it was live post the briefing, it is live today. So even if you have a query at any given time, you are able to write to the DPE. We engage with you. We give you that information that you require. But most importantly, Chair, is that maybe let me explain how do we give publishers a chance to submit. The first instance of submission, they don't submit the material. They give us a list of material that they intend to submit. That's why we call it an intention to submit. So they will give us a spreadsheet that will say, I will go and develop this material. And this is the title, this is the all of those details. So we keep that spreadsheet. Then in this case, Chair, for this foundation phase catalog, we gave publishers over 4 months to go and develop. So it's not a call for submission and then the next thing is to submit. No, it is to give us an indication that you are going to go and develop the material. So they're given enough time to go and develop. That's why that's the uniqueness of this process, that you go and give stakeholders to go and develop the product that you require over a period of more than 4 months. I think that's unique in that sense. The second unique feature of the catalog is that in a normal tender process, it's a guillotine type of an approach. You make it or you don't make it. With this one, Chair, we have the first session where we screen the material, where the subject specialist will screen the material. But the initial report will go to the publisher and say, your material is conditionally approved, or you need to make some amendments to the material. And then we give, again, another opportunity for the publisher to go and correct the material. They will then resubmit. We call it a resubmission process. I think those are the two unique features of a cataloging process that I think we have not communicated enough, that it's not a guillotine approach where we issue the terms of reference and the guidelines. We say you submit the material, it's not readily available. Secondly is that we do a first screening, initial screening. We give publishers a second opportunity to go and revise where there are gaps, and then we can go take the process forward as it is outlined in the presentation. I think I wanted just to explain that process, that if we can just understand, Chair, that it is not that the product is readily available. We give publishers to go and develop, and they will bring the first manuscript. And when they bring the first manuscript, we are clear in the guidelines that it must not have any logo, it must not have any color schemes, slogans, or anything that represents a publisher, because we know that subject specialists might be familiar with a certain color scheme. And when they, I think that's where the process, I just wanted to explain that part. Secondly, is that indeed subject specialists, they sign declaration forms when they get to the screening venue, and they don't know which material are they going to screen. Chair, we even this time around, as part of the improvements, we did not include ISBN numbers in the material, because ISBN numbers, technology has shown us that you can track a book using an ISBN number. So what we did in this regard, we created our own secret code that we can trace the materials in the tables of screeners. I think that's the first thing, Chair. The only thing that I think we don't have now, just as part of the responses, is how many publishers were excluded, especially we can go and draw that data and provide it to the committee. I think I want to leave it at that, Chair. In closing, just to say, compared to our SADC partners or SADC countries, we are the only country in the SADC region that procures material at these high prices compared to our SADC partners. And yeah, I think I want to leave it at that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sbia. Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, and Honorable Chair and members, can we just have the Chair and the Head of Internal Audit to just deal with the issues that were raised by honorable members from Quality Assurance? Chair, Professor van der Merwe.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister, Honorable DM, DG, and the colleagues from DBE. As indicated by the DG, I'm the independent chairperson of the Audit Committee of DBE. Audit Committee consists out of 5 independent members. We have, in terms of the whole issue, since it started featuring, had a number of communications and also requested a meeting, and we did have a briefing meeting together with the Auditor General last week as well. And the Audit Committee supports a proper investigation into this. There was also a question from 2 of the members, Member Jordan and Member van der Walt, in terms of the internal audit report. And the Honourable Minister has referred to that at the beginning, and she's correct in terms of that. There is an investigation initiated, and it is being conducted at the moment by internal audit in the department. The Chief Audit Executive, Ms. Mola, is also in the meeting. But as the members would know, an internal audit report is not complete until we have had an opportunity to discuss certain findings identified with management, to receive information, evidence, etc. So this initial part was preliminary, and there were certain issues identified possibly by internal audit, but management must still be afforded an opportunity to give information through on that, and to also then provide evidence where required. The members would understand that this was a very big and long process that took over a year, and we would like to see a full scope audit from the Audit Committee side by internal audit on this, so that we have a full population testing, and that will take some time, and that will be monitored from the Audit Committee side as the Chief Audit Executive functionally reports to the Audit Committee and the independent members on the Audit Committee. So in terms of that, I think it's early days. That I know the DG pushed to start this. He needed some information, and I think we must just be patient and let the full audit complete, and then also for us at the audit committee to receive this as a complete audit with management comments and the evidence attached to that. However, because of the prominence that was given to the lighthouse issue, in addition to the internal audit that is being conducted and will hopefully then do a full population test of this whole process, there is also now a request for proposals, for quotations rather, RFQs, for a firm to be appointed to specifically look at the lighthouse appointment as well. From the audit committee side, we will continue to monitor this, Honourable Chair, honourable members, and to support the Minister, the DM, and the DG as well in this. We would like to see the results from an audit that gives us evidence that there was a fair and transparent process in the development of the catalogue, that every publisher that is included on that list has gone through the proper process, that there wasn't a bypassing of any controls in there, and that there was no undue influence from any official in terms of this. And this will be reported directly to the audit committee, and of course, we will follow the normal course of action as well. The Treasury regulations allows the audit committee to also directly report to the Minister on certain issues, and if there are any issues that arise from these processes. So I think we will have to be patient and let the audit process and the investigation process follow its due course, and that we make sure we have a proper audit done, proper evidence, and then a proper report that comes through. And that will be monitored then. If there's any identified, of course, there will be actions. The DG has already indicated that if there's a problem with the publisher, then they will be removed from the list. If there's a problem from any official, there will be consequence management. And as a rule, we monitor consequence management as well at the audit committee. So, Honourable Chair, honourable members, and I hope I've answered the two members the specific questions on internal audit and this process as well, and on the way forward, and how we'll monitor this from an independent perspective as well. Thank you, DG. I'll go back to you.
Salo ndicinga uba sigqibile on our side.
Yes, yes, Honourable Minister, we will impart it.
Salo, I think sigqibile ke on our side, answering the members' questions. Over back to you.
Thank you, Minister, DG, DM, and your team. Honorable members, those are the responses. And based on the responses, I'm still convinced that we do need to undergo our own form of investigation. We don't have that kind of capacity. As a result, I still do believe we need to refer that process. Except, of course, for the caution on how that affects the delivery of books, how that affects that process that is supposed to start anytime soon. I think it's a discussion we should have as the committee, because where we are seated, we are waiting for firstly a report, as the department is waiting for it as well, from the National Treasury. In the procurement process, we are waiting for, of course, internal audit is also saying they are still undergoing a process of investigation into the entire process, but specifically as well into the lighthouse issue. So with that said, honorable members, the decision is up to you, how you would want us to move on the matter. based on the proposal that was made earlier. I'm going to allow for follow-up questions if there's any question that has not been responded to. But as you do follow-up questions, honorable members, also advise on this way forward, on what should happen. Now, we are going to follow the rules for the follow-up questions. That it's 1 minute because it must be a follow-up question, not a new question, not any other thing except a follow-up question. It should indicate a question that was not responded to specifically, but also speak to the proposal on how we move forward. But that in all in 1 minute. I only see 2 hands on the platform, Honorable Mkhize and Honorable Law. Go ahead, Honorable Mkhize.
Can't is not absolute. We should therefore investigate the veracity of this deviation. Why we cannot follow the normal tendering process, as this cracks DPE open to favoritism and corruption. In all tender processes, and that's your acknowledgement, DG, and I'm happy that you have acknowledged that this is a tender process. So let us deal with it as such. I spoke about 3 months registration, not 3 days registration, to correct the respondent there. Involving the pedagogist in the screening process does not prevent corruption and favoritism. It can only assist with the issues of material quality and efficacy to improve the pedagogical outcomes. We are more concerned about the issue of alleged corruption. Please get this fundamental context, DG. The fact that publishers are also will also subcontract for most functions. How do we then get convinced by the capabilities of the awarded publisher over the others? Now this sounds more like find the awarding process. Can we be convinced about the quality assurance and controls mechanism? Lastly, the content is enough to reveal the creator, so the blind screening process is actually not blind. I just wanted the department to consider that, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Law.
Thanks, Chair. I still maintain on a way forward that we, as you could have alluded, we continue to refer the matters to the relevant authorities. And in addition, I think there's a need for also a full independent forensic investigation into the Lighthouse matter in any related beneficial ownership concerns, including disclosure of all ownership structures and approved publishers. And I think also, Chair, it is also important if we could also agree to have a comprehensive financial impact assessment that covers the actual savings across the full procurement chain and over the medium-term expenditure framework, rather than relying on the unit cost comparison alone. That will further assist the process. And I think, as I recommended, we should proceed with the recommendations so we can get to the gist of what is the problem, because what the responses, they do indicate that there is a there's a fragmentation of relationships in the department where the ministry is not adhering to administration in terms of advices. Thank you.
Honorable, you're done.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Chair, a question to the DG. Could he clarify why he advised provinces to procure 37% from the cheapest supplier, 33% from the second cheapest, and 30% from the third cheapest, regardless of teacher choice and quality, based on the response that he just given us? And then secondly, Chair, I'm rather confused by the contradicting responses that are given by the Chairperson of Internal Audit and by Mr. Tlhabane. It sounds like Mr. Tlhabane indicated that the Internal Audit preliminary report found no defects, while the Chairperson had just indicated to us that red flags had actually indeed been raised. So what I'd like to know is whether Mr. Tlhabane stands by his affirmation that no defects had been found, and whether the committee can be informed of what those defects are, or whether we'd be receiving that on the outcome of the report.
Minister, DG, the follow-up questions. Can you respond to the follow-up questions?
Okay, I think the DG can answer the specific question to him. And then I think the chair or Mr. Tlhabane or the chair of the audit committee can come in. I would not want to press them, chair, as the chair of the audit committee did say that they want to finalize and conclude the matter. But I think then perhaps he can clarify what the preliminary findings are. Thank you. DG?
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Honorable Chair, and Honorable members. I suppose mine are from Honorable Jordan. Well, Honorable Jordan, I was really at pain to say that we are trying to get more value for the taxpayer, Honorable Jordan. We come from a history where some people were even given benefits by publishers, which involved paying for their holidays from schools. So our recommendations are informed by Section 217 of the Constitution, cost effectiveness, Section 38 of the PFMA. The issue of the quality, we have dealt with it. If you don't take our advice, which is an advice, you'll have to give a very strong motivation as to why you've deviated. Accounting officers can deviate when they procure for schools, but they'll have to give very strong reasons as to why. And we are going to monitor that some people, you know what's going to happen. Some publishers that have not been, successful in getting as much as they wanted, they are going to approach schools, although we said to them, don't do that, because this has yielded undesired consequences in the past. They are going to even, and I suspect that some might have even started, approach even provincial officials for them to favor their title. If you go for a more expensive title, when there's a cheaper title which can serve the same value, you'll have to give a very good explanation. Thank you, Honorable Minister, Honorable Chair, and Honorable Members.
The issue of audit, internal audit report.
Chairperson of the audit report. Sorry, it's been a long morning committee. Sorry.
No, I'm not chairing that report. Thank you very much.
Yes. Sorry.
As the Minister indicated, we do not have a final internal audit report, Honorable Jordan. There were certain issues that have raised concerns in terms of obtaining more information. There's no report that came through to the audit committee as well yet. I had informal discussions because of the seriousness and the meetings that we are having with the Chief Audit Executive. And she's requesting additional documentation that was not available at that stage for a certain one of the publishers. But all that they indicated in this report is that she will follow further audit procedures to investigate the whole process in terms of further verification of experience, further verification of the quality of titles, and the evidence in terms of the engagement of subject specialists, and to eliminate any evidence of possible collusion, etc. So this is really at the beginning. She had 3 days or 4 days as Chief Audit Executive to start the process. And you can imagine what big task this is. So to be honest, there's no final report. There's just an indication where management will, in this coming week, provide further information whilst the audit is continuing, if that answers the member.
Thank you, sir. Shalo, back to you.
Thank you, honorable members. I think those were the follow-up questions and they've been responded to. Honorable members, we will draft a proposed referral of the matter to the Office of the Public Protector. We will share it with members so that members can improve it in terms of what exactly are we saying the Public Protector must investigate, and how we will draft it. We will draft it in a manner that it takes into consideration the issue, the factors that learners must receive textbooks January next year, because that is what worries us the most. So we'll draft that proposal, that referral, and then we will share it with members for finally, so that we finalize it and refer the issue. As it relates to the other reports that are outstanding, the department, once you have those reports, please do share them and indicate to the committee that you've received those reports, so that you can share those reports with the portfolio committee. On the issue on Minister, I see you've unmuted and the video is up. I don't know what is that. Do you want
No,
to say?
sorry, Slalo, to interrupt you while you are wrapping up. Perhaps Mr. Tlhabane can come in here before we wrap up, and as soon as we receive the Treasury opinion, we will obviously share it with the committee. Thank you.
You wanted to ask Mr. Tlhabane to come in on what? Responding on the issue of audit?
Yes, I mean, indeed.
Okay. Mr. Tlhabane, do you want to come in? Because I'm summarizing now. I think
Yes,
the chair, I felt that the chair, I don't know, I felt that the chair responded to the matter adequately, unless if you want to come in and respond to something else, or you feel the question was not adequately responded to?
No, Honorable Chair, I think the chair of the audit committee had responded adequately, and I didn't want to respond after he had responded.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. So that is how we're going to move, honorable members, on this matter specifically. On the matter that was raised by Honorable Law, which is a matter that he had made follow up on even in the last meeting, and I had made a commitment that I will try and come back to the committee on the advice we've received. So we've tried to get into contact with the parliamentary legal advisor to advise us on how to move on the issue that we had previously engaged on the recruitment processes of DBE and the alleged interference by the Office of the Minister in that process. And we had agreed that we will seek legal advice on what we should do as a portfolio committee based on what was the presentations and what was revealed during the session or the meeting. And so we've not been able to meet with the legal team because they have indicated that they are having a lot of cases, a lot of issues on their table. We've not been able to have that discussion. However, members, I've engaged with our support team, and that is our content advisor, our researcher, the entire of the support team, to say to them, look, social development subcommittee, portfolio committee received a report from the Public Service Commission not so long ago on a matter that they had engaged on as a portfolio committee on allegations of a recruitment process in the Office of the Minister of Social Development. And they had referred the matter to the Public Service Commission for investigation, and they officially received a report. And I said to the team, kindly do liaise with the support team of the very same portfolio committee and something that we can also do. If that is how we can also approach the matter, by referring it for investigation by the Public Service Commission. And they did do that task, and then they wrote to me to say, yes, they sought that advice, and this is how the process was followed. And where I'm seated, I'm convinced that that is the option that we should opt for, honorable members, instead of just us waiting for the legal team to have time to engage. Perhaps because this portfolio committee, the portfolio committee on public on social development has underwent that route, we should also follow the same route. So my proposal to the committee is that we refer that issue for investigation to the Public Service Commission to conduct an investigation and report to the committee upon finalizing the investigation in the appointment of those two, in the recruitment process of those two positions. I'm just going to allow members for comments, just a few comments on the issue, because that's how I want us to move, and beyond that, then we'll be done with this, with our first part of the meeting today. Any takers, honorable members? Okay, silence means consent. So that's what we'll do. So we'll refer the matter to the Public Service Commission for investigation. We'll draft the letter. We're receiving advice from the support team and the portfolio committee of social development on how they approached the issue, so that we're adequately advised on what steps we should take and how we should actually frame our request to the Public Service Commission. So that's all. Await then. The committee will await the report. I will indicate when the letter has been formally submitted, and then we'll await the report from the Public Service Commission, moving from that point. With that said, honorable members, Minister, DM, DG, the team, and your team, thank you very much for the session. And we are hoping that, like you have committed, that you will submit to us and you will indicate once you have the reports, firstly from Treasury, and also the final report of your own internal audit. We will still want you to indicate to us, so that we can schedule a sitting and engage on the findings of the two reports. But we'll also be, of course, undergoing our own process as well. We want to thank you and appreciate your time for engaging with us. We're still reiterating to all of you, yourselves, your good selves, that you do need to find each other and build some form of cohesion in the department if you really are going to have an effective institution that in terms of, or that projects credibility and that projects confidence, that inspires confidence. So we really do hope that you find each other. A DM, as you would have said, that internal communication. We hope if that is the issue, you strengthen that, and you find a way to find each other. And finding each other, Minister, does not mean that you don't do your task, you don't do your work of exercising executive authority. That there is no question that is something that you should do, that you must do, that you're expected to do. I think the question is how you do it. The question is how all of you do it, not only yourself, but how all of you do it, how you ensure that despite the internal challenges you're facing at the departmental level, despite what the DG says, it's a dynamic relation where you sometimes differ, where you and which is healthy. But how you do it in a manner that is professional, that is ethical, but also in a manner that protects the image of the department. That all of us, we don't just wake up to news yeah, DG said this about the minister, yeah, the minister said this about the DG, yeah, this one is plotting this one, that one is not plotting that one is working with that one, because in the process, you even bring some of us into your issues. You know, the study group of the NC was under attack. So you even bring some of us in your own issues, which have nothing to do with us, because we are exercising our role of oversight. So we just advising the two of you that if you want to protect the image and the credence of your department, you need to deal with the issues that are underlying, which is, if it's internal communication, deal with that. Because we're not saying that you must raise issues, but we're saying how they come in the public media, in the media space, how they are projected in the media space. It's as if this one is saying this one is plotting me, this one is saying this one is doing this to me. I don't think that's how you want to project the institution, because that deals with the image of the institution, but also it really erodes confidence of the end users, which is us, the public, the learners and the parents and the SGPs. It erodes their confidence in the ability of the department to provide a national oversight on PEDs. So we really are advising you on that one, but we thank you for your time. And honorable members, thank you for your time for this part one of the session. We are set to start our next meeting with the ELRC. I'm sure the department will be here as well. Of course, again, at 2 o'clock. So members, we're going to take a break, a 50 minutes break. 2 o'clock exactly, we are starting our second part or second session of the meeting with the ELRC to receive the report on their head count. So thank you very much. And for those that will not be joining us for the second session, thank you for your time. And this session is adjourned for now.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair and colleagues. Thank you.
Long live the chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Long live, long live, long live.
I knew
Don't
it.
leave, Chair. Chair, can we get another?
Wena Mkhize, uyaqala.
You got
Chairperson,
evidence. You got evidence, chair, right there.
Bawufunani, Mamcaba?
Sicela ilink yale nenye session.